studio for their assistance live streaming this event. Finally, I'd like to remind all attending in person and all joining virtually that the testimonies from our witnesses are accessible on the USCC website. A transcript of this hearing will also be posted to the website at a later date. Europe is of surpassing importance for U.S. policy towards China. Europe is a key American trading partner and a source of global technological innovation. It is also a critical strategic ally with shared commitments to transparent governance, democracy, and the rules-based international order. Europe and the United States face many of the same challenges in their relationships with China: a rising trade deficit, a lack of market reciprocity, widespread theft of intellectual property, uncooperative diplomacy from Beijing, and the Chinese Communist Party leadership's frequent support for aggressive authoritarianism. As the United States continues to formulate its approach to addressing these challenges, we need to examine the approaches of our allies across the Atlantic and consider areas where we benefit from coordination. To put it bluntly, the idea that the United States can deal with China while meanwhile pursuing an isolationist foreign policy amounts to a new type of American China fantasy. The United States should strive to find common purpose with Europe in the defense of a rules-based international order. Europe today is strongly committed to a world in which international rules will prevail. The European Union of today grew out of a shared aspiration to bring an end to contests of power that claimed so many lives in the two world wars. China's view of the world, in contrast, remains overwhelmingly based on considerations of power, a world in which strong nations make decisions in their own interests while weak nations accept the roles handed down to them by their more powerful neighbors. As an example, as China's then Foreign Minister Yang Jiechi told assembled countries at the ASEAN Regional Forum in 2010, China is a big country and you are small countries, and that is a fact. The war in Ukraine in particular has brought Europe and the United States into a closer strategic alignment. As both sides work to counter the Russian invasion, efforts to restore peace in Europe have helped crystallize lessons that can also inform a shared approach to China. Nevertheless, it remains an open question how long after the end of the war in Ukraine this close alignment will last. European economies remain heavily dependent on China for trade and economic growth, and many leaders and businesses remain hesitant to antagonize Beijing. Long-standing skepticism in Europe about the reliability of the United States' commitment to international cooperation has not disappeared. Recent comments from French President Macron and others have also highlighted continuing differences of opinion about China within Europe and between China and the United States. One can sometimes detect what might be called the European China fantasy, the belief that Europe can simply pursue commerce with China and leave problems like Taiwan up to the Americans, relying on the U.S. at the same time for such a large share of arms and money to support Ukraine, and that will have no major impact on Europe's own security. For its own part, China is working continually and intensely to create and accentuate divisions both within Europe and between Europe and the United States. Any estrangement between the United States and its European allies strengthens China and weakens U.S. policy towards it. The United States and Europe should deepen their common bonds based on the notion, recently re-articulated by the European Union, that China is a systemic rival. We hope this hearing can contribute to that effort by increasing understanding of where approaches align and where differences remain, as well as by uncovering opportunities for deeper alignment. I will now turn the floor over to my colleague and co-chair for this hearing, Commissioner Aaron Friedberg.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Mann. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to also thank our witnesses for joining us today and for the effort that they have put into preparing their testimonies. The purpose of today's hearing is to explore the prospects for convergence and divergence in U.S. and European policies aimed at meeting the growing economic, technological, and military challenges from China. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, and especially since the start of Russia's unprovoked war in Ukraine, the United States and many of its European allies and partners have been moving closer in their assessments of the threat to their security, welfare, and shared democratic ideals posed by an increasingly powerful and aggressive China. While the process of convergence has been uneven, with progress in some areas more than in others, there is growing transatlantic agreement on the need to disentangle risky economic ties, to protect sensitive and emerging technologies, to defend democratic societies against political interference, and to bolster deterrence by reaffirming shared security commitments. Despite this recent progress, it remains to be seen whether the U.S. and European perceptions and policies will continue to align more closely. There are still significant differences of opinion regarding the extent and urgency of the challenge China presents, both across Europe and within several key European countries, as well as between Europe and the United States. Countering China's mercantilist economic policies effectively will require the U.S. and its democratic allies in Europe and Asia to overcome long-standing disagreements regarding technology development, industrial subsidies, and data privacy, among other issues. Some in Europe continue to believe that their countries could somehow stand aloof and remain neutral in a future conflict over Taiwan. Differing expectations between the United States and its European partners on how to respond in the event of aggression by Beijing could create a serious crisis in the transatlantic relationship. Some European governments may also be reluctant to align too closely with the U.S. because they have doubts about the future direction of our foreign policy. The Chinese Communist Party leadership is aware of these underlying tensions and potential fault lines, and the party is working hard to prevent a unified response to its increasingly aggressive behavior by trying to drive wedges between the U.S. and its European allies and between the countries of Europe. As the United States and its allies and partners seek jointly to navigate the intensifying rivalry with China, it's essential to reach shared understanding of the nature and extent of the threats China poses to all parties, and to the degree possible, to craft mutually supportive, coordinated policies for meeting them. With these ends in view, our witnesses today will examine China's strategy towards Europe, as well as Europe's evolving perceptions of China, and illuminate the possibilities, the possible obstacles to and opportunities for further transatlantic cooperation on a broad range of economic, technological, and strategic issues. So with that, I'd like to welcome the witnesses to our first panel and turn the chair back to my friend and colleague, Commissioner Mann.
Our first panel will provide an overview of evolving European and Chinese perceptions and policies, as well as highlight the perspectives of two European countries, Germany and the Czech Republic. We'll start with Mr. Andrew Small, who is Senior Transatlantic Fellow in the Indo-Pacific Program at the German Marshall Foundation in Berlin. His testimony will provide an overview of China's approach to Europe. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Noah Barkin, who is appearing virtually. Mr. Barkin is a senior advisor with the China Practice for Rhodium Group, and he will provide an overview of European approaches to China. Third, Dr. Volker Stanzel, who is also appearing virtually, will provide his testimony. Dr. Stanzel is a senior distinguished fellow at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs, and he will address Germany's relations with China. And finally, we'll hear from Dr. Ivana Karaskova, a China Research Fellow and China Projects Lead for the Association of International Affairs, and founder of MAP Influence, as well as China Observers in Central and Eastern Europe, that's CHOICE. Her testimony will address the Czech Republic's approach to China. Thank you all very much for your testimony. The Commission is looking forward to your remarks. I ask all witnesses to please keep their remarks to 7 minutes. Mr. Smart, we'll begin with you.
Thank you very much, Chairman, Commissioner Mann, Commissioner Friedberg, other distinguished members of the Commission. I'm honored to have the opportunity to testify before you again today. For my testimony, I was encouraged primarily to focus on PRC objectives vis-a-vis Europe, which I will summarize in a moment. But I just wanted to make a general point regarding the overall picture when it comes to transatlantic cooperation vis-a-vis China. I think we're now a world removed from where we were a few years earlier and substantially further on than we were only 18 months ago. I think it's now no longer a question, as it once was, of whether we can or should cooperate on China, whether we should do that openly, or what a transatlantic agenda might look like. We now have a lengthy agenda. It is, as we see from the G7 statements to NATO's strategic concept, an increasingly open one. It runs from summit level to the operational, to the working level. It spans the security, economic, and technological institutions of the transatlantic relationship. And it's translating practically now, from export controls to sanctions to the warnings leaders sent to China on Russia. And I think it's starting to recondition other areas of the transatlantic relationship too, from how we approach our respective industrial policy efforts to our joint financing officers as we compete with China in the developing world. None of this is to say that there aren't gaps and frustrations and differences. I think, as Commissioner Friedberg mentioned, biggest gap in my mind has still been the urgency gap between the two sides, rather than any major underlying differences on how we view the problem. But I think we start in the wrong place if we don't acknowledge just how far the transatlantic China agenda has moved and how far some of those gaps have closed. On the PRC side, I think they see this perfectly clearly. I think there's no self-consoling fiction there about Europe being too divided to agree China policies, or the belief that if Beijing's tactics are sufficiently ingenious, that it will be possible to bring about deep transatlantic rifts. I think they're realistic about the fact of US-European convergence and relatively pessimistic about where it's heading. This reflects a mix of old considerations and new ones. The PRC has long seen Europeans as part of an ideologically hostile continuum. It's Western values, Western hostile forces, Western hegemony that China has railed against. It's seen the military alliance with the United States providing the overarching framework for European security choices, and now Washington assuming even greater importance for European security in light of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It sees the balance of European industry tilting in more critical directions as the PRC has extended its non-market practices all the way up the value chain, as well as into third markets. And it sees this combination of Europe's transatlantically conditioned security needs, greater anxiety about economic competition, and the Western ideological affinity starting to converge in ways that are detrimental to Chinese interests. I think there's good reason that Xi Jinping publicly stated that it's not just the United States, but Western countries that have implemented all-round containment, encirclement, and suppression against us. Beijing also sees many of the old tools and channels that it used to use to such great effect in Europe, delivering weaker or even at some points counterproductive results. Its use of spoilers, its use of economic coercion, its ability to rely on free traders in Europe, its capacity to peel off states in Southern Europe, in Central Europe, in Eastern Europe, and even the special relationship with Germany. In the written testimony, I explain why this is the case, how a mix of political and economic changes in Europe since the days of the sovereign debt crisis and the shift in attitudes to risk resulting from the pandemic and the Russian invasion have coalesced with this bigger China rethink in Europe. None of this is to say that the old PRC channels and tools don't work at all. As we're seeing now with European firms, Beijing is coming up with more concerted ways to squeeze them, and it's finding new buttons to press, such as was mentioned in the introduction, the harping on strategic autonomy. But Beijing is simply having to deploy these tools to achieve a more limited set of objectives in Europe than it once was. And I characterize them as frustrating, complicating, and making more costly any US coalition building efforts with Europe, maintaining a level of European openness on commercial and technology access that at least gives more room for maneuver than is possible with the US, and ensuring that European states don't cross any of China's red lines on Taiwan and other sensitive issues. These are achievable and important, but very much non-maximalist aims on China's side. And I think the defining down of the goals that the PRC can expect to achieve is not just because China is realistic about some of the negative trends that it's seeing in relations with Europe, but because Beijing is also knowingly taking decisions that will make some of these trends in Sino-European relations worse. Some of these decisions that the PRC is taking are often portrayed as making mistakes. Why run ideologically aggressive campaigns out of your embassies in Europe during the pandemic? Why support Russian treaty proposals that would roll back alliance commitments in Central Europe? In practice, however, the calculation appears to be that in the struggle environment that the PRC now faces, the harm to relationships in Europe is a regrettable but necessary trade-off, resulting from choices that are simply of higher importance to the PRC's domestic and wider strategic interests. This is especially the case with the PRC's decision to openly deepen ties with Moscow at a time of war. However frustrated he at times appears to be about this in meetings with European leaders, Xi Jinping evidently understands and accepts the consequences of this decision for the Sino-European relationship as long as the fallout with Europe can be contained. Beijing does take seriously the risk and warnings of a real rupture in relations with Europe if it swings in with systemic supplies of lethal aid to Russia. And it's also tried to find ways to placate Europe on areas of concern while making sure it doesn't give away anything too substantial in the process. Europeans are certainly among the intended audience for China's special envoy for Eurasian affairs, for the belated phone call with Zelensky, and for Beijing's 12-point position paper. I think the PRC knows that it matters to be seen to be doing something to address the conflict, even if there's very little pretense that it amounts to much. But I think that in the end, overestimating the potential scope of any charm offensive for Europe on the PRC side is a mistake. It should be understood as part of a damage limitation exercise, and there should be no assumption that a lot will be put on the table for the Europeans. Beijing will still manage this relationship extremely carefully. PRC has long understood the strategic salience of Europe in a context where economic, technological, and even discourse power is of critical importance. And there will certainly be a push to ensure that the de-risking and economic security agenda is contained. But there's an underlying assumption from the PRC that in a world of system competition and system rivalry, Europe is on the opposite side. And beyond hoping that some exogenous factors may change that, Xi Jinping is steeling China for a confrontation not just with the United States and its Asian allies, but with the West as a whole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Small. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Barkin.
Commissioner Mann, Commissioner Friedberg, other distinguished members of the Commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about Europe-China relations and transatlantic cooperation on China. Europe has been recalibrating its relationship with China for over half a decade, but the relationship entered a new phase following Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. Beijing's refusal to condemn the war and its deepening relationship with Moscow has cemented the view in many European capitals that China is turning into a geopolitical rival and competitor. The war has also increased awareness in Europe of the risks of a conflict over Taiwan, and it has triggered an intense debate in the big European capitals about reducing economic dependencies on China. The words that come up most frequently these days when discussing China with European officials are diversification, resilience, and de-risking. That said, there are important differences between Europe and the US when it comes to China policy, and I'd like to highlight a few of these. First, the EU is a collection of 27 member states, each with their own economic, political, and historical ties to China. On top of that, we have EU institutions like the European Commission in Brussels. This means that Europe can be slower in responding to China. It also means that Europe sometimes speaks with multiple voices and sends conflicting policy signals. We witnessed this in recent months when two of Europe's leading political figures, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and French President Emmanuel Macron, sent very different messages on China within the span of a week. Europe is not a monolith, but as we have seen in the case of Russia, Europe is capable of moving quickly and decisively in times of crisis. A second difference is that there is little appetite in Europe to contain, isolate, or disengage economically from China. Because of concerns about China's relationship with Russia, the risks of a Taiwan conflict, and rising tensions between the US and China, there is a view that Europe needs to go out of its way to seek dialogue with the Chinese leadership. We've seen a flurry of visits by European leaders to Beijing in recent months. These visits were driven in part by a desire to try to head off worst-case scenarios with Beijing. Third, while there is a nascent push in Europe to reduce dependencies on China, the appetite for paying an economic price in the name of national security is not as developed as it is in the US, or for that matter, in a country like Japan. And economic headwinds that Europe is experiencing from the war in Ukraine have reinforced the caution on this front. The threat perception with regard to China is evolving in Europe, as Andrew Small just spelled out, but more gradually. Europe is not a major security player in the Indo-Pacific, and it would not play a substantial military role in the event of a conflict in Taiwan. The internal discussion about how precisely Europe would respond to a Taiwan scenario is still in the early stages. I'd like to offer a quick word on the economic relationship. China is the EU's top trading partner when it comes to goods trade, but the trading relationship is characterized by growing imbalances. The EU's trade deficit with China has doubled over the past 2 years, reaching 366 billion euros in 2022. Germany recorded its largest trade deficit ever with China last year, driven in part by shifting dynamics in the auto sector. The emergence of Chinese car makers as formidable competitors in the electric vehicle space suggests that the mutually beneficial cooperation of past decades between Germany and China in autos may be running its course, and this is likely to color the broader relationship going forward. If we turn to European investment in China, we can see resilience in the headline figures. Data from Rhodium Group shows that EU FDI in China has hovered between 8 and 9 billion euros each of the past 4 years. But beneath these headline figures, there are important, interesting trends. First, EU investment is increasingly driven by greenfield projects rather than acquisitions. Companies that already have a large presence in China are investing in plants and equipment, often as part of a push to localize their production. Second, EU FDI in China is increasingly dominated by a handful of big companies. Above all, German firms, which made up a record 84% of total EU FDI in China last year, according to Rhodium. At the same time, we are seeing very few new European investors entering the Chinese market, and many smaller firms are pausing or reducing investments in China. China's economic weakness coming out of the pandemic is one of the contributing factors here. I'd like to conclude with a few recommendations for U.S. engagement with Europe on China. First, the U.S. should be looking to bed down the forums that have been created in recent years, from the EU-U.S. dialogue on China to the Trade and Technology Council, which plays an essential role in developing a transatlantic consensus on the big China-related issues, especially trade and technology. The TTC will require bipartisan support to survive under future administrations. Greater involvement from Congress can play a constructive role here. Second, we have heard in recent months that the old Washington consensus on trade is dead. That may be true, but the administration and Congress should be thinking about how they can selectively reduce barriers to trade and investment with close allies in Europe as well as in Asia. And finally, while the US should not be shy about making its arguments on China policy to Europe behind closed doors, overt public pressure can backfire, increasing resistance from certain member states, undermining those in Europe who support more transatlantic cooperation on China, and playing into Chinese narratives of Europe as a US vassal. Congress has a role to play here too. Building consensus steadily over time is likely to yield greater dividends than a confrontational public posture. Thank you for your time. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Barkin. Third, Dr. Stansel, nice to see you again.
Chairman Mann, Commissioner Friedberg, members of the Commission, I'm happy to share with you some observations on Germany's relations with China. And I'll begin with a quick look at the backdrop. In the 1980s, German industry, that of one of the strongest economies in the world, was quick to test the opportunities that China's new reform and opening policy offered. And that was politically sound. After all, the West was just weaning China away from the Soviet Union. It also fit the strategy of change through rapprochement that was being used against the Soviet bloc successfully in the end. There came a hiatus after the Tiananmen Square massacre in 1989, but after the new leaders of China embarked on a more dynamic course in 2001, joining the WTO and promising that China would be a market economy by within 15 years, what's today called change through trade looked like a sensible China strategy. China seemed to become more of a genuine partner, and the hope was there would be future reformers. Xi Jinping had a reputation of being just that. Thus, Chancellor Angela Merkel invested in establishing a political conversation that would allow to push market-based reforms and eventually political changes as well. One of her successes was the establishment of annual government consultations, where a wide range of issues could be discussed, including controversial ones such as human rights or Taiwan. This kind of relationship gave the German government the confidence that China's modernization was still the goal. The disillusionment began a few years into Xi Jinping's rule. One might call it a China compact. Modernization, making China stronger, but also turning it into a market economy embedded in the global rules-based order. That compact was turned on its head when Xi Jinping terminated reform and opening, returned to the ruthless dictatorship of Mao Zedong's days, assertively aggressive toward the outside world. That came as a surprise everywhere in the world, but for Germany, it meant the very foundation of its relationship with China was shaken. That this wasn't lost on German industry became clear when the German Federation of Industry in 2019, for the first time, brought this triple term of China as partner, competitor, systemic rival into the public discussion. So, have we been self-delusional all along and naive to be surprised now that the chickens come home to roost? Overall, the German-Chinese economic relationship still is very much like that between two functioning economies, and figures of investment aren't so different from those of the US or Japan. But now, Germany for the first time comes to feel the pain that others have known since a long time, as China subtracts growth from its partners through its balance of trade surplus. And that happens now, when the Chinese economy has steered into a downturn of its own making. Plus, there's the dependency on China that today, after the Ukraine shock, seems excessive and dangerous. So how to minimize dependence? Japan, with rare earths, has experienced how long that can take. And we're facing similar problems with solar panels, semiconductors, where Germany, like other countries, is trying to build its own production capacities with TSMC, who else? De-risking is now a firmly accepted term, replacing the previous decoupling. And thanks to the G7, we now have concrete specifications of what it means, mainly diversification, adjusting global supply chains, outbound investment screening. But decreasing dependencies is going to be a long process. Mind you, Xi Jinping has expressly stated he wants to use dependence on China as a political tool. But as the way Germany dealt with Russia's gas and oil embargo shows, market economies can adapt quite flexibly. Global supply chains wholly without China will not be possible, but the role of China must be adjusted in order to avoid the wholesale transfer of German firms to China as happened in the past. We want production to take place in Germany, and for that we need to know who the investors are. An open data bank, for example, would show who is able to act in Europe according to our rules. We don't want a systemic rival acting according to Communist Party directives inside our borders. Such a kind of de-risking would presumably also go a long way in addressing the German public's general negative attitude toward China. Politically, China is no longer trying to divide and rule only the European Union, but much more. The Communist Party's attempt to unite the world against the US-led West may well lead to a global divide. The Ukraine war is a heaven-sent opportunity for Beijing to impress again and again on the Europeans the need to break away from the hegemony of the Americans and to ensure peace with Russia by exerting pressure on Kyiv. Beijing doesn't even pretend to be a peace broker. In its collusion with Russia, it acts more like a blackmailing thug. To get out of your US-imposed mess, you need us, you need China. In this situation, the relationship with the United States is the mainstay of Europe's China policy, not the least because it so far keeps the West united. That's a success that goes so far that even in industrial circles in Germany, it is now accepted that in the event of a conflict over Taiwan, Germany would stand at the side of Taiwan and the United States. That this would mean a global economic crisis is understood quite well, though grudgingly, with the result that Europeans as a whole vacillate between the hope that neutrality between the US and China somehow might still be an option, and the acceptance, the need to get more engaged in security matters in the Indo-Pacific right now, as was shown and demonstrated during the Shangri-La conference with the European participants, and as was shown yesterday when Chancellor Scholz presented the new national security strategy of Germany. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Stancl. Dr. Karaskova, please.
Chair, Vice Chairman, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for offering me the opportunity to present to the committee my views on the Czech Republic's foreign policy towards China. The insights I present in both written and oral testimony are derived from extensive research conducted through 2 international projects that I lead, MAP Influence and Choice. In my written testimony, I discuss the broader framework of Czech-China relations. In my oral testimony, I intend to highlight the factors that led to the Czech Republic's skeptical position on China, while offering suggestions to enhance transatlantic collaboration regarding China-related matters. The incumbent Czech government, assuming power in December 2021, has exhibited a discernible level of doubt concerning China. This skepticism is apparent in the government's declaration to revise the nation's China strategy, indicating a departure from the previous administration's emphasis on economic diplomacy with China. In a parallel process, the Czech Republic undertakes the revision of its security strategy. The drafted document explicitly recognizes China as a security threat alongside Russia. Please note the language. It's not labeled as challenge, as NATO concept, or it's not labeled in the trifecta of competitor, partner, or rival. It's labeled security threat. By openly designating China as a security threat, the Czech Republic signals its concerns regarding a range of issues, including China's interference in democratic processes in the Czech Republic and China's pro-Russian neutrality in the war in Ukraine. The recent election of President Petr Pavel, a former chairman of the NATO Military Committee, has further bolstered the government's position. President Pavel has been supportive of strengthening the Czech Republic's ties with Taiwan. Shortly after his election, he accepted a congratulatory call from the Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen, and he also expressed his willingness to meet her. Even more willingness to openly engage with Taiwan has been exhibited by the Czech legislators. In March 2023, a 150-member strong delegation headed from the Czech Republic to Taiwan. Significantly, it included the directors of the Czech Counterintelligence Service and the Czech Cybersecurity Watchdog. This visit clearly indicates the Czech Republic's willingness to deepen its relations with Taiwan beyond purely economic and cultural dimensions. To fully comprehend the current stance of the Czech politicians towards China, it's important to consider the domestic drivers and the context and historical narrative that has shaped Czech Republic perceptions of China. Since gaining independence in 1989, China has been a recurring yet relatively peripheral topic for the Czech domestic political debates. The foundations of Czech foreign policy were established by President Václav Havel and his administration, who drew upon their direct negative experience with communism. Consequently, China was viewed as an authoritarian regime with morally objectionable policies and initiatives that warranted opposition rather than acceptance. This perspective has encompassed Tibet and Taiwan, which were perceived as smaller entities surrounded and threatened by a larger authoritarian regime. This historical memory of Czechoslovakia's occupation by Nazi Germany and later by Warsaw Pact troops holds significant influence over the perception and also over the international affairs among Czech politicians and the general public alike. However, the long-standing value-based approach towards China showed first cracks during the economic slowdown at the end of the 1990s and further eroded during the financial crisis of the late 2000s. Prompting political representatives to gradually embrace a more favorable view of China as an economic opportunity for the Czech companies. At the same time, China started displaying interest in the markets of Central and Eastern Europe and initiated an establishment of the so-called 16+1 platform. The Czech Republic joined the format, regarding it as a strategic mechanism to maintain China's interest in the country, to attract Chinese FDI, and also to give Czech policymakers a privileged access to influential circles in Beijing. However, the economic benefits expected by the Czech Republic have not fully materialized. While China ranks as the Czech Republic's second largest economic partner, following Germany, it has been imports which dominate the bilateral trade. When it comes to investments, Taiwanese investments have been responsible for creating more jobs, as Chinese investments have primarily taken the form of mergers and acquisitions. Moreover, China started to employ intimidation towards countries that prioritize relations with Taiwan, such as the Czech Republic. An illustrative example is the case of Miloš Vystrčil, the president of the Czech Senate, who faced warnings of paying, I quote here, a heavy price, unquote, following his official visit to Taiwan in 2020. Lastly, China's decision to back Russia's narratives and demands concerning the war in Ukraine struck a particular nerve. It served as a stark reminder of the importance of security for the Czech Republic and prompted a reassessment of the country's inadequate military spending. It also led to the decision to sign a security cooperation agreement with the United States. The war in Ukraine may have had, however, some unintended positive effect. The proactive and confident foreign policy demonstrated by the Baltic states, Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and others, in response to the Russian aggression, reflects their desire to play a more active role within the European Union. Previously viewed as lacking ambition to shape EU policies, these countries are now undergoing their own transformative process. Once fully embracing this experience, their concerns may not be limited to Russia alone. If China is perceived as allying with the Russian objective of pushing NATO back to its pre-1997 enlargement state, it can be expected that Central and Eastern Europe will view Beijing as an explicit threat to its security, a position which the current Czech government seems to adopt in its draft of the security strategy. Against this backdrop, the United States should contemplate deepening the cooperation with Central and Eastern European countries to tackle the challenges presented by China. Furthermore, the US Congress should advocate for the cultivation of China expertise within European institutions, academia, and policy circles. And I will stop here, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is now time for questions. We have decided we're going to be doing the questions in simple alphabetical order, and we will start then with the chairman of the commission, Commissioner Bartholomew.
Thank you. I'm going to pass on this round and might have questions at the end.
All right, Commissioner Borishoff.
Thank you. All of you, in one manner or another, have related in your testimony that many in Europe expected and hoped that China would intervene a little bit with Russia when the Ukraine conflict started, and that there was some surprise that they were vehemently aligned with Russia and remain so. I'd like to hear from any of you that would like to talk about it, but I would start with you, Mr. Small, because you talk about it in your written testimony. Do you, given the incredible amount of economic activity that has occurred in the past between Germany and China, Czech and China, and the other EU countries, is it possible that there will be, do you believe that there will be a change in that tremendous leaning toward Russia, or is it really an inexorable decision? And if it is one that they aren't going to change, what in your opinion is the reason that they view Russia so important to them versus the possibility of alienating all of Europe eventually?
Thank you very much for the question, Commissioner. Yes, absolutely. In the run-up to the invasion, European officials, German officials, went to the Chinese government and said, we would like you to at least do what you did in 2014, something that looks like real neutrality, as you exhibited for Crimea. That would still be helpful. We don't expect very much of you beyond that, but we would hope you will do at least that. And they were rebuffed at that point. And then, of course, you had the joint no limits statement. This already kind of raised alarms. There was a period of some hope that there may be some level of distancing, particularly when you saw the statements from Putin at the Samarkand summit with Xi Jinping about Chinese concerns, and the willingness on Xi Jinping's part to repeat pretty much boilerplate statements on nuclear weapons use. I think you saw a sort of surge in European hopes around this time, around Bali and things like that China may occupy a more constructive role. By the time you get to Xi Jinping's visit to Moscow, I think people have been essentially disabused of this notion. I think this was trailed as a peace mission by Chinese diplomats, and I think it was absolutely clear that Xi Jinping had no intention of even pretending that that was the case. And the European Council meeting that took place after the Xi Jinping trip to Moscow, I think, was characterized by real concern on the part of European leaders about what the trajectory of China-Russia relations actually was. I think the analysis on the Chinese side is still that in the wider scheme of competition with the United States and to a certain extent with the West as a whole, that Russia is an important enough across-the-board ally to be worth paying a price for the deepening of this relationship, that there is no other partner in the context of this struggle that adds as much and that China benefits from as much comprehensively in terms of military support, ideological coordination, political coordination, some of the kind of, in some ways, more limited economic benefits, evidently contrast with what they're able to achieve with Europe, but also that the fallout can be contained, that it can still be possible to maintain a certain level of an economic relationship with Europe consistent with the sort of deepening ties with Russia that they see. They know that if they cross certain thresholds, and they've had the warnings made very clearly to them by European leaders, that things could get a lot worse. It's one of the only absolutely consistent lines that European leaders have been giving to China in the last few months, that there could be a real rupture in relations if China were to proceed with lethal aid. So there is an understanding that they want to limit some of the fallout and that they think they can limit some of the fallout, but some of these costs that they see in Europe, and the costs are made very clear, as Dr. Kraskova mentioned. I mean, in Central and Eastern Europe in particular, the damage to relations has been incredibly pronounced. But I think it's reconditioned thinking in Europe so that there's a different level of understanding, essentially, of China as an enabler to security threats in Europe. But it has, in the scheme of, I think, their assessment of the strategic context that they face, they appear to see this as a price worth paying.
I think I asked a question that we don't have enough time for everybody to answer, and forgive me for that. So I would like to revisit that later if we have time. Thank you very much for that answer.
Commissioner Cleveland.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. I'd like to understand Germany's position a little more clearly, given that all of you have characterized Germany as sorry? You've all characterized Germany as having a fairly dominant relationship. Mr. Barkin, if you could elaborate a little bit on your characterization that German companies are doing well and making good profits, and that there has been some shift to this localization of in China for China approach. I'm interested in whether or not there's production, manufacturing, and sales of German products in in China, or there's production manufacturing for sales overseas. And to that end, Mr. Stanzel, you talk a little bit about exporting. I'm wondering if a company like KUKA is viewed as now a Chinese company, or is it still considered a German company? And are they selling in China, or are they selling for the overseas market?
I'm happy to begin. Thank you very much for the question. I think first, I would just point out that there is a vigorous debate going on within Germany, perhaps more vigorous than in any other European country, about the course of China policy. We have the government is going to be coming out, we think perhaps early next month, with a China strategy. But there are some divisions within the government. The Chancellor Olaf Scholz has perhaps a more risk-averse approach, and some of the other ministries, the Foreign Ministry and the Economy Ministry, which are led by the junior coalition parties, the Greens, have been pushing for more of a fundamental rethink, including of the economic relationship, reducing dependencies, and even leaning on German companies to reduce their presence there. If you look at how German companies are behaving in China, I think it very much depends on various factors, the sector that they operate in, the size of the company, how big is their presence in China. I think we have a sort of dual phenomenon at the moment going on. Some of the big companies who are heavily invested in China are adopting a sort of in China for China strategy. That means localizing production, localizing supply chains. By the way, this is also something that is encouraged by China's leadership. And on the other hand, and this means more investment, certainly in the short and medium term. On the other hand, we're seeing a diversification trend, and many companies are doing both at the same time. We had an announcement from the Siemens CEO today from Singapore announcing 140 million euro investment in their in a plant in China that does industrial software, and 200 million euro investment in Singapore in a factory from which they're going to be exporting to South Asia and Southeast Asia. So we have this dual phenomenon. I would say one trend that we've seen is that the big companies are doubling down, and the smaller companies dealing with compliance costs and other difficulties in the Chinese market are either reducing investment or pausing investment. That is something that we expect to continue, especially with the troubles that the Chinese economy is going through at the moment. Thank you.
Commissioner Cleveland, thank you. 2 points. First, on KUKA. KUKA was bought like other German companies as well, with the purpose to first work for the Chinese market, and that is where they begin selling to. But with a longer perspective, that in case they are successful, they will also export from China. If that has begun, I do not know. My second point is on the difference between different kinds of German companies who have invested in China. The mainstay of German industry is famously the small and medium-sized companies, the so-called Mittelstand, and they have been feeling the pressure wherever they are not really considered to be needed in China anymore to get out. And many have started that process already some while ago. So much so that now they discover that some of their Chinese partners have also gone outside of China to cooperate with them in other places, let's say Thailand or India or wherever. So that is a process that has already begun a while ago. The larger companies that Noah Barkin has also been speaking about have not been feeling that kind of pressure so far, because they've been doing very well in China and outside of China as well. Now, with the downturn of the Chinese economy, they are feeling that their exports are going down as well. I think in the first 4 months of this year, already 11%. And that hits them unexpectedly and tremendously hard. Now, of course, they say, we, big companies, we have been diversifying all our lives. We are not really only invested in China. We have places in India or wherever else. So we'll just need to increase that diversification a little bit, and that will be all. But you can see the insecurity is increasing enormously. And the main factor, the main reason for that is that the big rebound of the Chinese economy expected for after the COVID policy is not happening so far.
Thank you, Commissioner and Co-Chair Friedberg.
Thank you very much, and thanks again to all of our witnesses. Mr. Small, it seems to me that you've captured quite brilliantly the essence of Xi Jinping and CCP's view of the current state of affairs in the world, and which is to say, I agree with you. So if I could sum up what you've said, Xi sees China as locked in an intensifying rivalry with the West, of which Europe is an inextricable part. It's inevitable. The aim of his policy then is towards Europe is to slow things down to the extent possible, to continue to extract whatever benefits he can from Europe, and to prevent or slow a unified response, Europe and the United States in particular. A couple of questions about that. First, to what extent is your assessment shared, do you think, by others in Europe? And secondly, related to that, what would be the implications of accepting this view of China's intentions for current policy? And if we have time, if you could sort of look forward, what do you think are the CCP's goals in the longer term in this intensifying struggle with the West with respect to Europe? Where do they see Europe fitting in 10, 20 years down the line?
Thank you, Commissioner Friedberg. So I think, in a certain sense, my assessment is not necessarily shared so widely in Europe. I would say that China's behavior, as Commissioner Borshow's question indicated, has continued to surprise Europeans and European leaders in various important ways over the last few years. I think there has been an adjustment to the new reality with China, but I think that is part of a process that is still incomplete. I don't think there is necessarily yet an embedded belief that China sees itself in a wider struggle with the West. I think there are parts of Europe that see China as in a struggle with the United States, but particularly this kind of wider sense of a struggle against Western ideology, Western hegemony, all of these kinds of dimensions, I think has not yet been an embedded part of the thinking, particularly on the part of European leaders. I think there are still European leaders who have hoped that a slightly independently conceived position on the European side will lead to different results from China. And I think what we saw particularly through the pandemic on that, to take France as only perhaps the best example, if you look at the behavior of the PRC embassy in France, you look at the approach to medical supplies and everything that played out there versus the benign offers that had been made on the French part. I think the quote from Macron was, "They'll remember this when the time comes." I think you could see the kind of shock in parts of Europe about this sort of response. So I think there's still a process underway in moving towards this kind of assessment. I think the Chinese assessments on this, of where Europe lands, are sometimes ahead of where European leaders themselves are on this. To the second dimension of this, what would the implications of this be if this assessment, which I think is shared in parts of Europe, but I think is still an incomplete process, what would the implications of that be? I think there would be more realism about what China might be expected to offer, about the scope of building a kind of independent relationship that is distinct from the kind of wider allied framework that there is with the United States and other partners in Asia. I think there's still kind of hope in certain corners that it will be possible to construct not necessarily the kind of strategic autonomy version of how this was understood a few years ago, but there's still a level of distinctiveness about the European position that will translate into a different relationship. I think the refocusing towards what the system competition, system rivalry looks like on an ally-wide basis would be part of the shift in thinking that this kind of understanding of China's view of Europe in the scheme of this competition would then amount to. I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much.
I'm happy to add something very quickly as we have 30 seconds left.
Yeah.
I think a big part of China's motivation is driven by economic considerations. China needs access to the European market. It would like to retain access to European technology. In conversations with Chinese interlocutors in recent months, European officials have heard this on many occasions. The message is more coming. I think there was China was spooked to a certain extent by the Dutch decision to go along with the U.S. and Japan, and they're very concerned about further moves by Europe in this direction.
Thank you. Commissioner Glass, I believe, is not with us till this afternoon. Is that correct? Commissioner Goodwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my appreciation to the panel. I'm going to pose this question to the panel, and I'd just like to hear a little bit more about European efforts to de-risk and how those compare to our own efforts here in the United States. Particularly, I'd like to hear how you might reconcile or square some of the European criticisms of the Inflation Reduction Act with this own de-risking strategy, which I believe certainly prompted by a lot of the same concerns over securing supply chains, the desire to be more competitive in a lot of critical industries, including clean energy. And the first pillar, which according to the President of the European Commission, was to make the European economy and European industry more resilient and competitive, which sounds precisely how the administration might describe the Inflation Reduction Act. So how do you reconcile that tension between what the Europeans are planning to do, how they've described what we understand when they say de-risking, with these criticisms that we've heard over the past few months of the Inflation Reduction Act? Please.
Commissioner Goodwin, I think that in the view of mainly Brussels and major capitals of Europe, the Inflation Reduction Act was a lesson to both sides, and it is as thus a thing of the past. I think many Europeans take it as something to which the first instinct was the reaction will do the same. And then that was being discussed. And it turned out that that has many negative consequences, which were discussed with the American side. And the feeling in many places in Europe, at least in Germany, is that this is understood on the American side. And something like the IRA, in the same kind of way, especially without prior consultation, is not going to happen in the same way again. And I think that would be a positive development, because otherwise this surprising unity we find across the Atlantic presently, both on Ukraine, Russia, and China, is something extraordinary. And we need to make efforts to keep it intact.
Thank you.
I'm happy to jump in. I'm happy to jump in on de-risking very quickly. I agree with Ambassador Stanzel on the IRA, how Europe views that. I think European de-risking, I would break it down into 4 buckets. 1 is reducing dependencies in critical areas. 2, building resilient supply chains. 3, protecting critical infrastructure. And 4, preventing transfers of technology that would bolster China's military. I think there's consensus on the first 3, reducing dependencies, resilient supply chains, and critical infrastructure, although Europe has a bit of a spotty record on the latter. On the last one, establishing red lines in the technology relationship with China, I think there is a lot less consensus. I think what we're talking about here is both inbound screening, export controls, outbound screening. And this is the debate that I think is going to be taking place in Europe over the coming months once we get a communication, an economic security strategy in the coming weeks from the European Commission. This is going to be the big debate, and I think this will be the big debate in the transatlantic relationship, where the U.S. wants to ensure that if it's preventing its own firms from doing business with China in certain fields, that European firms are not backfilling or filling those holes.
Thank you. Any other witnesses? All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Hellberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our panelists. My question is for Mr. Small. Would it be accurate to deduct from Xi Jinping's statements and policy that he believes a politically fragmented Europe is in China's interest?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think that has been one of the big shifts on the Chinese side. If you go back to the early 2000s and the mid-2000s, I think there was the hope of this kind of independent European pole emerging. There was a lot of investment in the European institutions. There was a belief, and there was around the time of the Iraq War, that you were going to see Europe almost emerging as a sort of soft counterbalance to the United States. The advisors around the Chinese leadership at the time really stressed the distinctiveness of what Europe could emerge as in the scheme of a kind of multipolar world for China. I think that thinking has shifted quite markedly. I think the belief has instead become that it's better to be able to deal with individual European member states on an individual basis, that it's better to be able to kind of carve up Europe, as we've seen in efforts directed at Central and Eastern Europe, at Southern Europe at certain junctures, and the playing off of some of the big three countries. Some of this was once done under the auspices of a continued perceived value in still seeing the EU emerge as kind of a pole that still had the capacity to resist the United States on certain fronts. But I think the concern in the last decade has been that the EU and the Commission are actually more at the forefront of the most critical approaches and policy areas vis-a-vis China, and that the kind of collective efforts, when even if individual member states will deal with China using certain kinds of language and with a certain level of care, there's more and more that will be kicked up to the Brussels end to do the hard-edged piece of this, as we saw from the speech, of course, recently from the Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, which I think went further than you would have seen from any national leader in its identification and characterization of China and what needed to be done. So I think the approach on the Chinese side and the assessment of Xi Jinping will certainly be that fragmenting Europe on this and complicating the capacity for Europe to pull together on these questions is a course of action that they should proceed down. But I think there's less hope than there was a few years ago that it's actually possible to achieve this. I think the carving out of different bits of Europe has diminished, as we've heard on the 16+1 and 17+1. Some of the European countries in the south that were once more disaffected and willing to kind of play the China card in their relationship with Brussels or Berlin have become less willing to do so, partly because of the kind of fiscal agreements that have been reached within Europe through the pandemic. And spoilers are less useful for China than they used to be. It's different if this is done at kind of lower committee level, human rights committees, or when this is kicked up to leaders level, as a lot of the China decisions now are in Europe. Even a Viktor Orban doesn't necessarily stand up as actively when it involves really spending political capital. So I think, although that's the objective, certainly on the Chinese side at the moment, I think they found it harder and harder to pull off than even a few years earlier.
Does Xi Jinping believe that the dissolution of the European Union would be in China's interest?
I don't think he would see that as a realistic objective. I don't think it. I mean, we've seen the way that China has approached past crises in Europe. Further back in time, I think there was still a sense that China's economic interests, because of the importance of the European market, did rely on the EU, the institutions, and various of these things holding together relatively effectively. We saw that particularly through the sovereign debt crisis. The interesting thing through the pandemic, if you look at some of the Chinese propaganda and information activities in Europe, was that it was the first time you started getting some of these directed critically at the EU and its institutions, particularly in Italy and a couple of other locations, to sort of poke at some of the differences that were there. I don't think the idea of a dissolution of the European Union would be in the kind of ambit of how Xi or the Chinese government would think about this, but certainly some level of internal discontent with the EU is something that they have attempted to use and play on, and that they can see as advantageous, as we've seen in the way that they've handled various particularly populist parties in Europe that have had this as a focus.
Have they aligned themselves with Russia at all on trying to discredit European institutions within Europe? through misinformation, through various types of activities? And I can open this question to
Let
the
me
rest of the
defer to
panel as
Dr.
well.
Karaskova in particular on this question.
Thank you. Well, I will back Andrew Small on this argument because I work on Chinese propaganda and disinformation towards Europe for past 7 years. And what we have seen is really a change of the narratives and also the change of channels. So the change of narratives, meaning that previously China messaged basically spread positive energy. China is a great country, Xi Jinping is a great leader, and so on. Over the past 3-4 years, what we do see is China reaching out towards far right, far left parties and those fringe politicians on those kind of spectrums. And the narrative is different. The narrative is do not trust your government, do not trust NATO, EU, do not trust the membership of international organizations. So in this sense, what China has been doing is actually aligning pretty well with what Russia has been doing for decades within Europe. So this is a change. And one more thing regarding the European Commission being on the forefront of some of the China initiatives. Definitely, but European Commission is also running into competency challenge between itself and European Council, where the Council sees security and foreign policy as its own domain, while European Commission is more and more pushing towards that direction. So some of the counter push coming from member states is not necessarily aiming at what the European Commission is proposing on China, but on the fact that the European Commission is usurping the power to actually talk about China in security realm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me, in my own questioning, return to a question I mentioned in my opening statement and Dr. Stansel referred to, which is how long will the close alignment that we now see between the United States and Europe endure past the war in Ukraine? This is obviously a very speculative question since we don't know when or how or on what conditions the war will end. But is the possibility of cooperation on China dependent on the existing war in Ukraine?
If I may,
Dr. Stansel, yes.
It's not dependent on the war in Ukraine, because this unity on China policy began already in 2021, and it was based on highly professional preparation of creating that kind of unity that had not existed to the same degree before. But if you look at the first statements coming out of the G7 in 2021, then the NATO summit 2021, and later when the president of the US attended the EU summit, they speak with one voice. And this is something that has been able to continue to uphold throughout the time since then. And obviously, it has been underpinned by the events in Ukraine. But as such, they are the foundation of a very solid cooperation across the Atlantic, which is vulnerable, of course. We have seen that in the past. And it takes work to build it, and it takes work to keep it. If you permit me, let me add something that came up in the question before, in the replies, because I'd really like to link the China question to the Russia and Europe question and the fragmentation question. I think it took some time for Beijing to understand what a gift the war in Ukraine was to them in terms of the Europe policy. Because at some point they realized whatever happens in Ukraine, they will win anyway. If Russia wins, Putin will still be a worldwide outcast with most of the countries in the world. He will be dependent on Xi Jinping and China. If he loses or turns out as the weaker side of the negotiations, he will also be needing Chinese help. So in the end, concerning Europe, Russia, which after all goes all the way to Belarus, Russia is a bridge for China into the European Union, into Western Europe. And I think if there is the perspective of supporting fragmentation of the European Union, or even dissolution of the EU, which I think is a goal they have not given up on, then this is facilitated enormously because of the war and the consequences, whichever it may be, because of a weaker Russia.
Thank you. Other witnesses?
I'm happy to just.
Mr. Barkin, yes.
Yes, thanks. I think you asked about how long will the close alignment endure past the war in Ukraine, and I think I agree with Volker Stenzel that this is the war. The end of the war in Ukraine is not necessarily going to affect EU-US cooperation on China. I think I would say that we did see under the prior U.S. administration the birth of strategic autonomy. Some people forget that the anti-coercion instrument that was recently finalized in Brussels was born of the Trump administration rather than China. I think the focus of it has shifted in the intervening years. We saw the CAI. We saw a great deal of resistance to U.S. pressure to exclude Huawei from 5G networks. So I do think that the U.S. administration that is engaged, that is working, consulting with its allies in Europe is important. That does not mean that Europe's view of China will change under if we have a change of administration in the U.S. And it doesn't mean that having a very transatlantic administration like we have at the moment isn't without its bumps. You know, if we look at the IRA, AUKUS, and Afghanistan, for example. But I do think that European leaders will have more of a tendency to hedge if they don't have a partner in Washington that they feel they can rely on.
Thanks. All right. Commissioner Price.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for your excellent testimony today. I have several questions, but I think I'm going to start with Mr. Barkin. And in your testimony this morning, you talked about, and your recommendations. I always find the recommendations so important. You talk about overt public pressure on Europe to move China policy and the possibility that could backfire. In your written testimony, you called it curb your enthusiasm. Can you expand on that a little bit, perhaps with an example?
Sure. I think I mean, it's a very good question. I think you know, as I just laid out in my prior answer, we saw on issues like 5G. I think the Trump administration was very active in Europe in pushing European countries to exclude Huawei from their 5G networks. We all remember last-minute trips to London by administration officials to convince the government there to reverse course. I would say it was important for the U.S. administration to raise this issue. I think they put it on the radar in Europe, but I think the decisions over 5G became a bit poisoned by the approach that the administration took. In the sense that it became a debate, not a debate about what is in Europe's security interests in terms of what suppliers were in its 5G networks. It became a question: Are we gonna do what Donald Trump tells us to do? So I think I'm quite complimentary on the Biden administration's approach. It's worked, I think, over time to consult with the Europeans. It was in Europe before the October 7th export controls were announced, and you know, there are some bumps in the road, AUKUS, Afghanistan, etc. But I think administrations administration officials have gone out of their way to consult and reach out. And we have this proliferation of dialogues, the EU-US dialogue on China, the TTC, which met just a week or two ago in Sweden. And I think it's this dialogue which is going to push Europe and the U.S. closer together rather than public pressure.
Thank you. My next question, Dr. Stanzel, perhaps you can start. You made reference to the German national security policy that came out yesterday, the upcoming China policy. I believe that the annual consultation might be coming up in the next weeks on China. Do you anticipate any big change or change in thinking whatsoever, or do you think that it's all been communicated in different ways already, and that we shouldn't expect much new to come out of them?
Thank you, Commissioner Price. Well, things that Noah Barkin described before are coming to a head these days. Noah Barkin spoke about the differences of opinion between various parties in Germany. And first, they had to agree now on the national security strategy, which also contains some paragraphs on China. That will be followed by a China strategy, but that will not come out before the annual consultations have taken place, which will take place on the 20th, that is next week, you're quite right. And to prepare those with the Chinese who are reading the papers, who have read the national security strategy, and who have heard what ministers, especially our foreign ministers, have been saying about them, and they want to have clarification. So that kind of what I just called clarification is something that's going to happen inside Germany in the course of this week, the next and the week after that. And I think we have a tendency that on the one hand, let's call it the G7 agreement, de-risking in a wider sense, is something that is solid basis for all parties to agree on. It's not that specific, however, and once you go into the details, it gets more and more difficult. So if our foreign minister yesterday said that she wants a secure Germany to be so secure that people don't have to be afraid for the safety of their cell phones, nobody listens, nobody manipulates them, etc., then that goes a long way in criticizing China. On the other hand, you have the major coalition party, the Social Democratic Party, which is strongly influenced by business, especially via the trade unions, and who would like to go on as long as possible to keep a solid economic relationship with China, and thus not to antagonize them, especially when the Chinese prime minister is coming to Germany. So after that, the various parties will have to agree on that China strategy. And I can see we will see a lot of controversies, and I cannot see how the outcome will be like.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Schreiber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses. We haven't talked a lot about security and military issues thus far, so a couple questions on that topic. Mr. Barkin, you alluded to the fact that while there's growing interest in the security issues, we know there's some increase in presence, South China Sea presence, even Taiwan Strait transits, but you implied there's a pretty hard limit there of what we might expect. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about what that limit is. Is it and why? Is it a capacity issue? Is it a divergence of views on security issues? Is it an expectation of division of labor? And Mr. Small, nice to see you again. I want to take advantage of your expertise on NATO and interests in Asia. French resistance notwithstanding, there may be a NATO office in Japan. I'm wondering if you could give us some sense of what to expect, the role of that office, and how that representation might facilitate greater cooperation with Asian allies and partners and dealing with the China security issues overall? Mr. Barkin first.
Thank you for the question. I think the first point I would make is that, and I think I touched on this in my testimony earlier, that the awareness in Europe of the risks surrounding Taiwan has increased significantly over the past year, especially since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and of course also in the wake of China's military maneuvers that followed the meetings of Taiwan's president with the two House speakers, Pelosi and McCarthy. That said, I think Europe has a war in its backyard, and I think it's very much focused on the war in Ukraine. There are capacity issues. I think we have seen Europe develop an Indo-Pacific strategy. There's a great deal of focus on engagement with countries in the Indo-Pacific. A country like Germany sent a frigate through the South China Sea about a year ago. This would have been unheard of a few years before. If you look at where leaders are traveling, Olaf Scholz, the German Chancellor, has been to Japan 3 times in his 1.5 years in office. I think his predecessor in 16 years was in Japan 5 times. He's been to India, South Korea. So the engagement in the Indo-Pacific is increasing, but I think the idea that Europe could play a major military role is probably fanciful, given its ability to project power. There are countries like the UK and France that have a bigger role in the region, but I think a military role is seen as unlikely. Where there is a big discussion in Europe is about how it would respond economically, and I think here this is a discussion which is going on, but it is. I think the European approach is to remain ambiguous and not talk about this too loudly. I think there's a lot of concern about provoking a crisis by talking about these issues too loudly. So I will leave it there.
Thank you, Commissioner Schreiber. On the NATO question, and particularly NATO, the Tokyo office, I think there is now just an understanding, particularly as a result of what the engagements with partners in the region have been through the war in Ukraine, of the more intertwined nature of security threats in the Indo-Pacific and the Atlantic theaters. I think we're really seeing that embedded in NATO in the last few years in a way where there was a lot of tentativeness at the beginning, as I'm sure you will recall. But I think institution-wide, there's just now a lot more creative energy being deployed to think through how partnerships in these two theaters can be stitched together more actively. I think the Vilnius summit is understood to be a kind of marker point for that we're going into another phase with the AP4, even if the countries don't want to be called the AP4, but just for shorthand purposes, the AP4 in terms of kind of thinking through what the next generation of these partnerships might look like. I think there are certainly areas on cyber, on hybrid threats, on simply sharing assessments in different ways, not least on China-Russia developments, how contingencies in one theater might affect the other. I think it's been difficult to have some of the contingency discussions in NATO so far, specifically on Taiwan. But I think we've seen. I think it's already public that there've been at least some informal discussions on Taiwan-related questions there as well. On capabilities support, on military technologies, I think there's a lot of different strands on this, but that we're now just going into the next stage of kind of thinking these through with partners. So I expect, particularly with the leaders there in Vilnius, this will be a kind of first starting point on that. These partnerships have, of course, moved into that were originally constructed around Afghanistan and pulling partners from the region into more cooperation on that. We've moved into a very different phase on that, but I think we've still only had the initial steps of kind of really developing that at a NATO level beyond some of the other wider questions that you discussed with Noah.
Thank you. Commissioner Wessel.
Thank you all. Let me add my thanks to my colleagues for all the preparation for your being here today. I'm confused, to be very honest. Mr. Small, you used the term convergence as others did. I don't know convergence on what, to be very honest. We had a broad range of discussions with European interlocutors recently in Berlin and Brussels, government, private sector, et cetera. And again, I came away confused as to what the European policy really is. It appears that maybe we're at a reset where there is somewhat increased concern about China, but what happens next is very much in question. The FT reported yesterday, as you probably saw, that for the Horizon Europe program, the EU has given 15% of the funds to Huawei for participation in AI, 6G, and other programs. We had discussions across the group, across the countries about Lodging, which is a transportation logistics infrastructure approach, and somewhat surprised that there was almost no knowledge that Antwerp, Rotterdam, Hamburg, and other ports are using that platform. You know, we're waiting to see what happens on outbound investment, both here in the U.S. and in Europe. We heard that BASF is de-risking, as other companies are, but BASF's approach on de-risking is to probably double its investment in China, followed by Volkswagen, BMW, and Mercedes. Whether that's to be there to sell there or, you know, potentially an export platform back to the EU, we don't know. So convergence on what? I mean, what do you expect forward? It feels to me like we've reset. We now have our own administration deeply engaged or trying to engage the Chinese to open up lines of communication. Have we set a new stasis? Are we at a new level, or do you expect a continued planning and preparation for the challenges we face?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Wessel. I think we are still headed towards convergence, but we're at the most intense phase, particularly going into this European Council meeting later this month, of the debate on some very high-stakes issues now. I mean, just to take three cases that have already come up. One is the one that you spoke about most expansively, the de-risking question. This is a paradigm shift, I think, in the end, in all sorts of ways, in Europe to reconceptualize the relationship around the idea of risk and economic security. We are going to get the minimal version, I expect, in the first cut at this in terms of what this amounts to. We may get somewhere on outbound investment screening. We will make some progress on export controls. We already have, of course, on a bilateral basis on semiconductors. I think that will go further. I think there's an understanding on critical technology exports. And I think we're getting this on things like critical raw materials. But that's the minimum definition. I think it's as important that you're getting a shift in the entire understanding of what this relationship needs to look like, and therefore where we will go next on this, because everything that you've identified, and I can go through an even longer list looking at European digital infrastructure and the huge deficiencies that we still have, Huawei's presence, not just in 5G, but in other sectors. I think it's quite clear that there are a huge number of gaps that still need to be addressed on this, and that we're only in the early stages of being able to deal with them. I think, nonetheless, the convergence on the basic analysis of what we're seeing with China China, so that's just the de-risking piece. If we take the China-Russia piece, if we take the Taiwan question, to take, I think, a couple of the other areas that are really subjected to significant debate at the moment, I think, for instance, there is agreement on the China-Russia relationship right now that it is heading in an extremely problematic direction for Europe, that it translates into a different security threat for Europe, but the how to handle China on this question, there are still some internal differences in Europe on how best to conduct this, whether it is still worth putting anything on the table with China as a means of creating some gaps, which I think is completely misplaced, or whether there simply need to be deeper preparations for a long-term convergence on China-Russia between the two sides that will have long-term detrimental implications for European security interests. There's still debates on that question. And on Taiwan, as has already come up, I think there's a heightened understanding of the fact that Europe will have a role to play on this, but there's still significant debates underway on, for instance, how much preemptive signaling there should be on sanctions and some of these questions. Nonetheless, I think where we are on some of those discussions now versus a couple of years earlier is in a significantly different place. And there's a lot more that's going on at the lower levels of coordination on a whole series of questions on China economic issues, on information activities, on threats to democracy that Dr. Karaskova works on particularly closely, and on a whole list of less visible areas where I think we are just getting closer identification between the two sides. But I think it's going to be a wrench to move on some of these directions, as your questions hint at. There is resistance from companies, there is a real battle underway to get this into the place in Europe that certain people would want to see it. What was laid out by the President of the European Commission, I think, was at the edge of that consensus. And we see, as we've talked about in other testimony, the fact that there's still kind of rearguard action to kind of claw this back from where the Commission might want to get to. So I think this is, as Mr. Barkin outlined in his testimony, there are still a lot of voices on this. There's still a lot of debate, but it reflects that these are really high-stakes issues for Europe's economic and security future, where nonetheless, I think we are, and I think we will see at the end of June, some decisions reached. We're in decision moment on a lot of this. And if you talk to European heads of government on this right now, this has been in discussion and thinking and conceptualization phase on some of these big issues. And now we're in the kind of crunch phase on actually reaching some decisions on where some of these big questions that you identified really need to get to. But I think we're doing so in an environment that's much more convergent transatlantically and even within Europe than we were a couple of years ago.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chairman Wong.
Thank you. Mr. Barkin, one of your recommendations talks about the U.S. interest in getting Europe to take on a bigger security role and kind of a wider, more global security concept, and I think that's a fine recommendation, but it implies that Europe should enhance its defense spending, and I guess my question is whether you see moves in various capitals to be not just say the words of enhanced defense spending, but actually making the hard legislative moves to put those resources to bear. And I want to add a little commentary here. Yes, Europe can increase defense spending in kind of a unified concept with the United States, but you also mentioned in your testimony thoughts that Europe has concerns about U.S. commitment and wants to hedge. And one way to hedge is self-help. So whether it's in a unified concept or there are worries on where Europe has to hedge, it would seem to me either way they should be increasing defense spending. So I'm curious to see if you see signs of that.
Sure, that's a very good question. I think we have seen a major shift here, and largely due to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In February of last year, the German chancellor got up in the German parliament and made a speech in which he broke three German taboos: arming Ukraine, cutting off, agreeing to phase out Russian energy, and investing 100 billion euros in the German military. He described this as a Zeitenwende, a sort of watershed moment. And I don't think it should be underestimated what this what this shift meant for Germany. Now, if we look at the implementation, there have been some bumps in the road, but we have a new defense minister in Germany who seems very intent to implement this. We got in the national security strategy a reiteration of the commitment of Germany to spend an average of 2% of its GDP on defense, so meet the NATO goals that were set out in Wales in 2014. This is not going to be a straight line, I think. I think Europe is still heavily reliant on U.S. military gear. We're seeing that in Ukraine. We see Germany ordering F-35s. So this is a long-term process. Europe has to also build up a defense industry which has been sort of worn down by decades of underinvestment. So I think we're moving in the right direction, but the jury is still out on whether Europe will get there, and I don't think Europe is anywhere close to being able to be completely independent militarily. That's not going to be the case for many years.
Switching gears, we've heard a lot about the internal politics of Germany and how the various parties have at least the trend being that they're being more clear-eyed about China and into a competitive strategy. I'm curious whether that's the case in France, Mr. Barkin. I know you've been based in Paris and you watch French politics. Particularly in light of Macron's statements regarding Taiwan and stepping away, at least, or creating some space between the United States and France on China. Is that the overall view of the various political parties in France, or because of Macron's relatively low approval ratings, is he kind of an outlier?
Well, I don't think it's necessarily his low approval ratings. I think Macron has a history of statements like this. He called NATO brain dead a few years ago, and he also, he tried his best to charm other leaders, including Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. Not so successful there. I think the important thing coming out of his trip is that a lot of the messages that he sent, particularly his message on Taiwan, was seen as problematic in many European capitals. I think it was not only what he said, but how he said it, where he said it. And I would also note that France is the country in Europe that plays the most important role in Indo-Pacific security. It sent a frigate through the Taiwan Strait days after Macron's visit over the objections of Beijing. And I just read today that France is pushing for tariffs against Chinese cars, electric vehicles. So I think you have to look at the broader message coming out of Paris. Look a bit more at what they do than what they say. I think there was some criticism of Macron within the French system because I think a lot of people thought that some of the messages he sent while he was in Beijing weren't necessarily in line with French policy. But France is the proponent of strategic autonomy in Europe. This is not something that arose in the last few years. This is a tradition in the post-war era, starting with Charles de Gaulle. And I don't think this is going to disappear. I think France's vision is a strong Europe that isn't too dependent on China or the U.S. So I think we're always going to get messages along these lines coming out of senior French politicians.
Thank you. Chairman Bartholomew, did you have questions at this point?
I do. Thank you very much. Thank you to our witnesses for interesting testimony and very interesting discussion and responses to questions. Before I have my question, I just simply want to acknowledge the work, well, the fortitude of the Czech Republic and Lithuania for their relationship with Taiwan, which has come, of course, at some cost of economic coercion by China. So I think that they are a very strong model and appreciate what they've done. I have a bigger, for your expertise on China, for all of you. You know, we just presume now that de-risking is the phrase that's being done, that Beijing is also de-risking, but how does that, the dual circulation strategy certainly looks like it's decoupling, not de-risking. So are we all running the risk that we're heading down one path and Beijing is still on another path, and we're pretending that they are going in the same direction as us? That's my general question. My more specific question is, frankly, to all of you, but Mr. Small, is there any line which the Russians would cost that would cross, that the cost would be too great? Ambassador Stanzel, you mentioned, you know, that basically China wins in this relationship, whether Russia wins or Russia loses. But are there things short of, I suppose, a nuclear explosion? And I note that particularly because the news broke this morning that the Russians have cut off access to the radiation sensors at the ZNPP, which certainly should be troublesome to people who've had to live through what was going on with Chernobyl and everything. So I guess, again, so there's the general China question, and then there's the more specific China-Russia. Are they just in for a dime, in for a dollar, and it doesn't matter what the Russians do? For any of you.
Thank you, Chairman Bartholomew. Since you directed a bit of the China-Russia question towards me, I'll jump on that. I don't see lines that Russia crosses that result in a different approach on China's part. And that includes the most obvious major area of concern, which is the question of nuclear threats and use of nuclear weapons. I think this is an area in which China has communicated some of its concerns. It's done so publicly. There's at least some indication that it's done so privately. The question is, what would this translate into, and does China actually believe that there's anything consequential that it can do? The line that one tends to get from the Chinese side is, yes, this would be a matter of concern. Yes, in certain circumstances, you know, this could lead us to vote in certain ways in the UN Security Council or something like this. But in terms of that translating it into a rift with Russia, or in the circumstances in which the nuclear weapons might be considered for use on the Russian side, are these circumstances in which anything that China says or does would make a difference? The view that one tends to get on the Chinese side in those circumstances is no, that they wouldn't. So I think when there are things, of course, that Russia could do in the bilateral relationship with China that would be problematic, but I think your question is hinting at steps that Russia could take in the war or otherwise. And I would even add on the threat of nuclear weapons that there are those on the Chinese side who have followed this with close attention and interest, and signaled that this may be something that they can derive some lessons from. And I think it's been quite important at the moment what the signaling is to Russia on this with respect to the lessons that China derives, because I think there are certainly those on the Chinese side who have talked about this openly as something where they may have to even, you know, as we've seen some of the rethinking on language on no first use, but also the question of threats in certain circumstances as well. So I think the assessment on the Chinese side is that this is a deep, long-standing relationship that they're committed to and they're willing to bear some costs on, and that doesn't change as a result of Russia's behavior. Really, very briefly on the de-risking and decoupling, I think dual circulation is also in part an effort to embed risk on the part of others. I think that's absolutely what we're seeing with certain European companies. This goes back, I think, to the question that Commissioner Wessel asked as well. I think there's an attempt with specific companies to deepen their involvement in the Chinese market and to go through selective decoupling, but in certain cases to build those dependencies in certain areas to be able to use them as leverage. So I don't think it's a wholesale decoupling. I think it's rather an extremely targeted one that China's undertaking.
Excellent.
Maybe I can come in on this one.
Yes.
Please. Is it okay? Just on the Chinese decoupling. Xi Jinping just gave a speech in Inner Mongolia where he emphasized very strongly the need for domestic circulation. And it seemed to me it's the consequence he drew out of the economic situation that China is in. China has to do more to promote domestic consumption. So that ties in very nicely with his old concept of dual circulation and now focusing on domestic circulation. And if China focuses much more on what it does with the its international partners, then it risks losing its own population that presently rather saves money instead of spending it, that doesn't find jobs and to a high degree. So what he needs to do is to do something to satisfy the needs of his own population. And I think for him, the way he thinks, it is quite natural to have a country, a state, a government that directs the people to consume more, to buy more Chinese stuff, and thus, at the same time, fulfill his dream of getting more and more independent of involvement with abroad, other countries, as long as they are not ones that he needs for getting raw materials or whatever. So I think even though China's in dire straits presently, this is something that ties in nicely with Xi Jinping's idea of how his country must be run, which is a more isolated country than it used to be in the past. So that is something for which the term decoupling actually fits quite well, even though he means it in a very different way.
Thank you. We're over our time.
Mr. Small, could I just ask you to explain again the lessons you think China draws from Russia and the threat of nuclear weapons?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think this is being debated. We see these debates underway on the Chinese side. What's been publicly signaled has been that the threat of nuclear weapons use may have helped to deter certain deeper levels of Western military involvement. I think this has been the real question in terms of the signaling on this issue, to make clear that in practice the certain areas of restraint shown in terms of NATO involvement, in terms of US involvement, was not related to nuclear weapons threats, and the lessons that China therefore derives from that. Because we have seen openly talked about from certain Chinese commentators the idea that if this is the case, then it may be something that China should think about harder in terms of how it would have approached these questions. But it may have come to those conclusions on the utility of this anyway, but I think this has been kind of highlighted, particularly in some of the commentary on the Chinese side, as a possible lesson to internalize on this, vis-a-vis Taiwan, of course.
Thanks. We do not have time for another round of questions, but we have a few minutes for further questions. Does anyone? No. All right, then thank you especially to the witnesses. Thank you for everyone. And this part of the hearing is over. Thanks. When are we back? We will be back at 11:35.
will examine European approaches to dealing with China in the economic and technological domains and compare this to the U.S. approach and explore the space for transatlantic cooperation. We'll start with Dr. Alicia Garcia Herrera, who's appearing virtually. Dr. Garcia Herrera is the chief economist for the Asia Pacific at Naxidus Corporate Investment and Banking, a senior fellow at the European think tank Bruegel, and a member of the Council of Advisors on Economic Affairs to the Spanish government. And she'll provide an overview of Europe's economic ties to China. Next, we'll hear from Dr. Lindsay Gorman, also appearing virtually, who's a senior fellow and the head of the technology and geopolitics team for the Alliance for Securing Democracy at the German Marshall Fund of the United States. And Dr. Gorman will discuss Europe's approaches to China regarding critical and emerging technologies. And then we'll hear from Tim Ruhlig, senior research fellow at the German Council on Foreign Affairs. Dr. Ruhlig will discuss Europe's approach to China, China's increasing importance in technical standardization. Thank you all very much for your testimony. I'd like to remind all of our witnesses to please keep their remarks to 7 minutes in order to preserve time for questions and answers. And Dr. Garcia Herrera, we'll begin with you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I hope you can hear me well. And if that's the case, I'll start right away with my testimony, which has been handed over to you. There's basically a summary of the economic reasons why Europe, to my mind, is, although in a roller coaster mode, but still basically moving towards a distancing itself from China economically, with a lot of, however, strategic dependence. So that kind of asymmetry of relations is what I want to start with. Right after that, I'll talk about Europe's strategy on China, which is three-pronged competition, cooperation, competition, and rivalry, and what it really means. And then finally, I'll offer my policy advice to what, in my view, the US and Europe could do together to confront this increasingly asymmetric dependence on China. On that note, if I start with the economic factors behind the US shift, by shift I mean moving away from a much more cooperative approach to China, there's very many reasons that I've actually outlined, but I want to start by the growing trade deficit, which is basically explained by China's increasing competition with sectors that Europe is best at, such as autos. But on the import side, by now, even Germany, which is exceptionally really, but the whole of Europe in many cases, imports the most from China than any other country in the world, even any other EU country, which is quite impressive. The other issue is that European companies are no longer benefiting as much from the Chinese market. This is first because China's imports are growing negatively, well below global trade trends, but especially with Europe. So actually, Chinese imports from Europe are falling faster than with the rest of the world. As regards investment, Europe is investing less than the rest of the world on Europe now, and China is also investing less in Europe than it used to. So this is kind of the idea of, in a way, de-risking before we even start talking about de-risking. The main issue, though, is that strategic dependence that I mentioned. The European Commission has done quite a lot of work on what are the main items of strategic dependence. You can see from a table I provided, from monitors to automatic processing, all of that, in a way, is, yes, important, but it can be substituted. The most important strategic dependence for Europe, from the Commission's point of view, is green energy. So we have 89% of solar panels imported from China, 82% of lithium-ion batteries, 64% of actually something that Europe used to export to the whole world, which is wind turbines. So you can see that by now we are increasingly dependent on China, and this has prompted a change in attitude toward China. My testimony actually goes also into security and political issues that are pushing us, Europe, somewhat away from China. But I won't have time to go through all of the critical infrastructure that by now is actually in Chinese hands, from ports I report in my testimony to 5G, etc. But because I do want to have time to actually talk about potential cooperation, I'll move fast into how we've moved from basically negotiation, i.e. cooperation, which was the comprehensive agreement on investment that Europe signed with China on the 30th of December 2022, to a sudden move away from that because of reciprocal sanctions, which actually were coming from the use, starting from Europe, the use of autonomous measures. In that regard, it was targeted sanctions on Xinjiang officials. And from there, we've seen additional, let's call it sticks rather than carrots, i.e. many more autonomous measures from Europe, whether it's anti-coercion, etc. At this point in time, we are already at the point of de-risking. As you know, this is a concept that the European Commission President von der Leyen outlined before her official trip to China with President Macron. But the concept of de-risking, and this is important for us to understand, is very targeted in Europe. It's very, very focused on what I meant before to be the largest problem for Europe at the moment, which is this huge dependence on China for the energy transition. And that's basically the core of this de-risking strategy. It's a very economic, targeted de-risking strategy. Now, even if it looks targeted, it is actually very difficult to achieve for Europe. And what I would like to propose in my policy, in the policy options in my testimony, is coordinated specialization and trade agreements. So the idea of coordinated specialization goes counter the idea of basically unilateral de-risking, which is where I think the US and Europe are moving at the moment. How to achieve coordinated specialization? So basically there is 4 lines of action. Obviously, extraction of critical minerals, refining, innovation, and production, manufacturing. When I talk about coordinated specialization in my proposal, I don't mean to argue that it should only be Europe and the US to start, because the manufacturing would be extremely expensive given differences in cost with China. And I think the idea would be to find an ecosystem to basically organize these 4 actions together in a way that we do not compete with each other. I don't think there's any other way to do this, given the massive dependence already that the world has on China. And I would even argue that this is not only good for Europe and the US, it's actually good for the world, because there would be basically a spare wheel, a second option for the world's decarbonization, which at the moment is controlled by China. And I think I have 3 seconds left to say thank you to everybody.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Ms. Gorman. Let's see, we can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Thank you so much. I'm also going to give a condensed testimony, but commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. The views I express here in this testimony are my own and do not represent those of my current or former employers. I serve as the head of the technology and geopolitics team at the German Marshall Fund's Alliance for Securing Democracy, where I lead a research initiative studying how democracies can together outcompete autocrats, chiefly China, in emerging technologies. I recently also had the privilege of serving at the White House, where I crafted technology and national security competitiveness strategy for the US government and developed initiatives to implement that strategy, including through multilateral initiatives such as the Trade and Technology Council, where I led the TTC's work on AI. My testimony today will focus on the underpinnings of European technology competitiveness and its convergences and divergences with the US at the strategic level, CCP technology transfer as a case study for the interplay among technical, economic, and national security objectives that define competitiveness, AI regulatory models across the EU, US, and PRC, prospects for the US-EU Trade and Technology Council, and recommendations for Congress. At least that is what is in the written testimony, and I may skip over some of these in the interest of time. But let me start by emphasizing that on the question of US and European views on PRC technology competition, the direction is unequivocally that of convergence. Precise transatlantic alignment may never materialize, but enthusiasm in the TTC is high on a new approach to transatlantic technology policy, one that is more connected, more allied, and ultimately more conducive to both sides' strategic goals. The United States must seize on this motivation, cement channels for technology policy coordination, and deliver concrete joint outcomes. Europe's technological competitiveness agenda, particularly the aspects that involve the PRC, must be understood in the context of the changing geopolitical climate around the global threat of authoritarianism. For years and even decades, European discussions around technology competitiveness have focused on the United States, not the PRC, as the main pacing competitor. In recent years, however, and especially due to Putin's invasion of Ukraine and Xi's growing closeness in spite of it, the rising tide of authoritarianism has become concrete for Europe, leading to a gradual return to a more strategic posture on security and prosperity. Democratic values, too, are increasingly part of European rhetoric, including on technology. Yet still, key differences with the United States approach to technology competition remain. First, the United States' view of technology competition is more centered in and animated by systemic competition with the PRC. The threat of PRC global and technological international leadership is a kick in the pants and a rallying call for bipartisan action in the United States, as evidenced by conversations around the CHIPS Act and the House China Commission. For Europe, this is far less of a zero-sum game. Indeed, the EU's Digital Decade initiative largely predates rising concerns about PRC global influence and is motivated more by a desire to position Europe itself as a global technology leader, or at least have a strong footing of its own in an era of US-China technology competition. Second, despite enormous progress over the last 2 years, an inherent degree of skepticism of the United States and especially US technology companies persists. This sentiment is not likely to be readily overcome as the United States enters the 2024 election season and questions of protectionism and US foreign policy again surface. Third, whereas the United States has moved further and faster on the defensive toolkit of measures such as export controls and investment screening to counter PRC malign activity, intellectual property theft, and the threats posed by PRC military civil fusion in technology, Europe has leaned in harder in its quest to be a global technology regulatory leader, developing country-agnostic solutions that position the continent as a standard bearer for human-centered or responsible approach to tech regulation and which apply regardless of actor. With the landmark GDPR and now the EU AI Act, but also the Digital Services Act and Digital Markets Act, Europe is cementing its track record on this approach. Ultimately, this is fertile ground for deepening transatlantic partnership. The United States would do well to adopt country-agnostic solutions, such as on federal data privacy legislation that Europe has taken. Likewise, European policymakers are starting to recognize some of the limits of a purely country-agnostic approach, especially when it comes to critical infrastructure, such as 5G. At the same time, while differences among and certainly within member states persist, much of the naivete that characterized the Western relationship with the PRC has been shed, at least at the level of the European Commission. As Ursula von der Leyen, European Commission President, stated pointedly in March, the Chinese Communist Party's clear goal is systemic change of the international order with China at its center. And we have seen the show of friendship in Moscow, which says 1,000 words about this new vision for an international order. Such a clear-eyed pronouncement would have been unthinkable 5 years ago and reflects its acceleration in European strategic thinking. The European China strategy that this de-risking speech laid out is chiefly an economic and technology strategy with striking and encouraging similarities in approach to the US technology competition strategy. Its 4 pillars include making Europe's economy more competitive and resilient, more assertively enforcing trade adjustments and instruments for security concerns, such as the 5G toolbox, investment screening mechanism, export controls, foreign subsidies regulation, and a new anti-coercion mechanism. The 3rd pillar, developing new defensive tools for critical sectors, such as microelectronics, quantum computing, robotics, artificial intelligence, and biotech to close gaps in leakage in critical and emerging technologies. And fourth, aligning with other partners. Similarly, the tech competitiveness strategy framework that National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan laid out to the National Security Commission on AI and the Special Competitive Studies Project in 2022 highlights these four pillars: investing in the US technology ecosystem, nurturing STEM talent, protecting technology advantage, and deepening cooperation with allies and partners. Increasingly, these descriptions of the defensive or protect toolkit are aligning, as are the mechanisms of action under consideration. And so too are the promotional pieces of these strategies, from the EU CHIPS Act to efforts to lead the clean tech revolution and reduce dependence on PRC in critical materials and raw minerals. Finally, both sides have embraced de-risking to describe the relationship. So we've truly come a long way. In, I think, the 1 minute that I have left, I'll just go to some recommendations for US Congress to enhance transatlantic technology competitiveness vis-a-vis China. First, invest in the TTC for semi-permanence. Congress should consider building a line item into the state and foreign operations budget to support the TTC over a 5 to 10 year timescale. Connective tissue is important, and bureaucratic mechanisms take time and effort, and it's important to insulate these efforts from political changes. Second, improve joint analysis of PRC tech efforts to transfer technology and gain advantage. Third, coordinate on outbound investment screening. Fourth, develop a new export control regime for critical and emerging technologies that includes a strong consideration of human rights abuses. Fifth, lead by example on a framework for autocratic app regulation that is risk-based. Next, consider areas for alignment with the EU on AI regulation. And lastly, invest in responsible AI to provide a democratic vision and a counter to China's AI model. I'll pause there and thank you for your time and look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Dr. Rulik.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today to the Commission. China's technological power poses enormous risks to both the United States and the European Union, which is why I think we have put de-risking at the core of the strategy, both here in the United States, but also over in Europe. But despite this general alignment, not least sort of on language, I think we are still in the process of agreeing and finding agreement on at least 3 core questions. These 3 core questions are: what is our desired objective in our policy towards China? Second, what are the technology risks that we need to mitigate? And the third is, what do we need to concretely do? And in my testimony here today, I will try to elaborate on these 3 questions with reference to technical standards. That's the questions that you have sent to me. It seems like a nerdy topic, but I mean, we are really surrounded by technical standards. Some have even made it into our everyday language, like 5G, Wi-Fi, USB. We're all using those terms without sort of thinking about it. So I'm really grateful that you put up this subject that seems to be really nerdy and niche. So first, what is our desired objective? And I think sort of broadly speaking, there could be 2 answers to that question. One is, of course, that China should abide by rules and institutions, so we should sort of make China comply. The second, of course, is here that the systemic differences that exist in our economic and political system with China are so impactful that we actually have no choice but try to limit China's influence on the global stage. Now, I think there's good reasons for both of these perspectives to make. I don't view them sort of as mutually contradicting, but rather sort of as 2 extremes on a continuum that we always need to sort of figure out where to place. And let me illustrate that with a reference to technical standard setting. On the one hand, of course, technical standards require a broad acceptance of the market. So if you develop, I don't know, USB and no one is using it, then the technical standard is not effective. It may exist on paper, but there's no power to it. So technical standardization is always about consensus building, and that somewhat, of course, includes also the Chinese. So standardization follows an inclusive rather than exclusive logic of action. But on the other hand, we are, without doubt, in a systemic competition with China over their approach to technical standardization. In China, standardization is very crucially and decisively shaped by party-state actors, while despite all differences across the Atlantic, we both believe that the private sector should actually set technical standards. Also for China, standardization is a matter of industrial policymaking, while we at least ideally believe that it should be the technical merit that's actually shaping standard setting. So that leaves us with, on the one hand, that we need to try to defend the existing private sector-led and inclusive approach, but at the same time step up to the party states' political objectives. So China should play by the rules, but also we want to limit the politicizing influence of China on standard setting. To sort of grapple with that dilemma in our approach, I think it is good to look at the other two questions. What are the risks and what should we concretely do? So to adequately navigate this dilemma, we need to differentiate, I think, 4 sets of very different risks. The first set of risks is to supply chain security. China is deeply embedded in global technology value chains, and geopolitical conflict could really cause unprecedented supply chain disruptions far beyond what we've seen during the pandemic. And standards can actually help mitigate some of those risks because they create interoperability and thereby enable and ease diversification. But that's only the case if standards are effective as global standards. So the alternative is, of course, that we see a fragmentation of standard setting that could then lead into lock-in dependencies. And part of this is what we're seeing with China's strategy in the Belt and Road Initiative, that infrastructure investments are actually then creating spheres of technological influence and thereby also lock-in effects. So what should we do? I think the US and the EU, in sort of the context of the G7, should really bind infrastructure investments to international standards. And another concrete thing we can do is, I think, agree on concrete standards to promote them to be accepted internationally. One of the best practices that we have recently seen, it may be just a small example, but we could expand on that, is the megawatt charging standard that the TTC has agreed upon just a few weeks ago in Luleå, Sweden, in the last TTC. The second set of risks relates to national security, and obviously Chinese firms are deeply intertwined with the party state. They're required by law to cooperate with Chinese intelligence. That implies that using Chinese technology, not least in critical infrastructure, can of course cause major national security ramifications. So standards can again help somewhat mitigate those risks if they are developed in an inclusive and transparent manner in sort of a international peer review process. Hiding security flaws from international peer review is not impossible, but it's more difficult than in proprietary technology. So what shall we do? NATO could set up a security review mechanism to actually spot the technical standards that are most relevant for our national security and make sure that these are developed in trustworthy institutions. What do I mean by trustworthy institutions? I think we could sort of lay out procedural criteria that we then test in a stress test certification and make sure that we have adequate personnel from states from both sides of the Atlantic present in those institutions. The third set of risks is normative risks. Technology is never value neutral, and innovation leadership of Chinese actors can, of course, undercut fundamental values such as privacy. Standards can be particularly effective in discreetly spreading those norms enshrined in technology, so we need to build safeguards that effectively limit Chinese influence where they could be particularly harmful to our norms and values. What could we do? I mean, we definitely need to increase also our personnel in the relevant institutions that are technically capable without commercial interests in China, because then you're freer to actually push back against Chinese proposals. That will require budgetary efforts to have either public actors or civil society actors with the technical knowledge on the ground to actually help push against China. And the fourth and final risk here is that to competitiveness. Of course, Chinese technology firms profit from massive state support. We are facing an uneven playing field, and standards do play a role here because ICT standards are increasingly patented, so holding so-called standard essential patents will have enormous distributary effects for the involved companies, and that also implies that we need to influence pricing. What can we do? Skillfully and coordinatively interlinking standards and regulation across the Atlantic can help to actually strengthen the standards that we prefer and its underlying patterns, and we should also coordinate our pressure on China that tries to get control over standard essential patent pricing. To conclude, I think the risks that I've just laid out are very different in nature. At times, the goal is to contain China's influence. In other cases, it is about keeping China within the system, complying and avoiding fragmentation. So what we need to do in all our policy is it needs to be multifaceted, and we need to always be explicit about the risks that we strive to address, because they are very different, and also be clear about the policy objective. I leave it here and look forward to your questions. Thank you for the attention. I'm always happy to not just reply to questions on standards, but also the broader picture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent. We're going to go in reverse order. Vice Chairman Wong.
Thank you. Mr. Ruhlig, thank you for your testimony in particular, because in the DC policy community, maybe this is only my experience or my ignorance, that the term standard setting is thrown around, the topic is talked about, but actually coming across a deep explanation of its significance and its details is not that common, so thank you for that. Second, I also think your testimony kind of reveals, at least to me, that this is another area where the pattern of, whether it's in academia or in our politics or in trade, the situation where kind of open, decentralized systems of the West and led by the United States, when they come into collision with a party state-centric actor, it creates these dilemmas, and I think you laid that out quite nicely. I want to focus on some of your recommendations with regard to the national security kind of pillar of your analysis. You recommend proactive mapping of upcoming technical leadership vacancies and some kind of coordinated action among the U.S. and its partners. Forgive my ignorance, but are those elections of these figures? And when you say coordination, do you mean coordination on and putting forward of candidates and voting? I ask this because it strikes me as a similar activity that the U.S. has tried to ramp up in international organizations, multilateral organizations. And then my follow-on question to that is, are we facing a concerted Chinese effort to elect their candidates in these bodies?
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, we are talking here about elections, but some of these posts are not even challenged. So you just have one candidate running, and in many cases, I mean, if you look at the numbers, the figures of Chinese, the pure number of Chinese participants, that's enormous. So China is very often, not maybe sort of efficiently, if you sort of calculate by person, flooding some of these institutions, but they are there. They have the resources in place to run for plenty of even uncontested seats. It can be that you actually need to indeed step up and bring up a candidate to run in elections, in technical committees, subcommittees, and it is about sort of coordinating candidates and voting. Indeed, I think this is very similar to what you described. But sometimes it's also to just put forward new technical proposals. So in many cases, those that put forward technical proposals are then also sort of first in line to actually take leadership positions. That is particular sort of for new technical standard projects. China is indeed, I think, very effectively coordinating its own approach to bring its own candidates to grab technical leadership positions in those institutions. And I worry that particularly sort of within the Belt and Road Initiative, it may even be on the brink of expanding that coordination further and deepening that coordination further.
Another question on your recommendations in this area. You talk about an enhancement of public actor engagement in these standard-setting organizations to represent the national security view, because we can't expect the private sector to have that at the front of their mind. Having these state representatives, is this a normal, no pun intended, standard practice in these organizations? Or is this something new that we would have to present and socialize?
So there's a statistic that I think for the 200 most influential ICT standardization organizations 0.2% of the representatives are state officials. So it's not that these would be the first state officials participating ever, but it is a quite uncommon practice. And I think when starting to engage in this subject a couple of years ago, my recommendation was to raise the awareness among public sector actors to actually defend those national interests of national security. But over the years, I got sort of a bit more skeptical on sort of how high this is on the agenda of these firms, particularly those that are that have very deep and strong economic interests, commercial interests in China, whether they're really willing to stand up for interests that sort of go beyond their companies, the limited companies' interests. So this is why I personally don't really see any alternative to either have public actors at the table. In the case of national security, I think that's probably the way to go, or actually try to fund actors that have no commercial interest, that should be civil society then. But I think that is sort of probably more realistic in the sphere of values, because we have quite a number of technically very capable NGOs that are interested and whose mandate it is to actually defend a number of values, not least privacy. So that could be a way in the values domain. I think for national security, it will probably ultimately fall onto state actors. But indeed, that's sort of really at the heart of the dilemma that I tried to describe. You don't want to over-politicize it, but you need to also push back against obvious Chinese interests that undercut our national security.
Commissioner Roth.
Thank you all for your testimony, and I want to continue Commissioner Wong's line of questioning and ask, and I also want to highlight, and Commissioner Goodwin is still with us on screen. Commissioner Goodwin co-chaired a hearing on standards in 2020. So agree with you as to the importance. We have been working on this issue for a number of years. Ms. Gorman, I want to ask you, I want to ask all the participants, but Ms. Gorman, you worked for Senator Warner, who, was one of the leaders on technology, probably still the preeminent leader on technology in Congress, who looking at ORAN and many other things over the years. You served at the NSC. We've followed the standards issue. We're now dealing with, and our staff did a great paper on LodgeInc and the technology platform that the CCP has sponsored that's being used in ports around the globe on Chinese servers, going to be in the Chinese cloud, and it has all logistics information that could both provide a economic and national security intelligence treasure trove, but also disable networks. Ms. Gorman, from your former seat, do we have the competence to be able to do the standard setting approach as the U.S.? Mr. Rillig, you talked about NGOs and others, and I agree with, a values-based approach, free speech, protection of human rights. But, our companies and our scientific leaders have gone into standard-setting bodies looking for the best outcome, not having a competitive strategy coupled with it. The Chinese have a competitive strategy. So, Mr. Rillig, Ms. Gorman, do you think we can actually do it? Do we have the competence within our own government, whether it's NSC, OSTP, NIST, NTIA, any of a number of entities, and with the EU, which, just according to the FT, gave 15% of its money to Huawei to participate in 11 new technology ventures. I agree with you completely on standards. Are we up to the task? Ms. Gorman, do you want to start?
Sure, thank you for the question. And I think it highlights a predicament that's sort of in perhaps two parts. I think there's the standards development and inclusion into standard essential patents, and then the ability of those standards, such as, for example, around the ability to collect data in ports, the ability to place those technologies around the world. And I do think on the question of standards, we just had the release of a technology standards strategy that really does double down on a private sector-led standardization process from the US side. That is the approach we have traditionally taken, that if our private sector goes for the best technology, and we have the best technology in most international standards bodies, that is the approach that favors a democratic outcome. Now, there is, I think, one very unique standards body, the International Telecommunications Union, where that the statistic that Tim cited about the 0.2% of the government actors, they're probably all in the ITU, because that is a state-led standards organization, and that's where China has really succeeded in corrupting the process and using these anti-competitive tools to advance its own standards into standard essential patents and then distribute those in MOUs across the BRI. Now, I think we've made some progress. We have the first US elected Secretary General of the ITU in half a century. And we are sort of turning the tide. We, at the TTC, we have created standard contact groups to kind of look for that kind of selective state-backed promotion. So it's not my view that we need to take the Chinese approach right now of saying, let's invite all of our government representatives and come up with a top-down strategy. I still think we can win at the sort of private sector-driven approach if we control for the non-market forces and do a better job of being aware of when they're being abused.
Let me pull on that, because the question, and again, with administrations changing every 4 or 8 years, again, in your seat inside, and again, great people at NIST, NTIA, and elsewhere, I question as well whether it should be government-led, but when it's industry-led, they are not looking at competitive strategies for the West. They are often, experts in the field, which is great, who are looking for the highest and best approach regardless of who wins, and regardless of the use to which it can be put. What kind of discussions within government, to the extent you can say, are those issues taken into account as strategies are developed?
Well, I'm not sure I can speak to any discussions within government.
Okay.
What I will say is that, at least it's my view outside of government now, that there is a role here for industrial strategy and incentives in guiding the private sector to build technologies, and that means eventually standards in critical emerging technology areas that are of high importance. And China has done a version of this where they incentivize standards development. They perhaps have a heavier hand than maybe we would like, but I don't think that means there's no role for government. And to the extent that there are strategic priority areas, we need to create these incentives, not just to go into them, but also to engage in the standards process. Things like the professionalization of the standard setting process, the ability for small and medium companies to join standards bodies despite their sort of smaller resources going at the problem. I think these are things that can help incentivize companies in the direction of critical and emerging technology areas that are a strategic national security priority without necessarily inviting government officials to duke it out at these meetings.
Okay, I see my time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Schreiber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all our witnesses. Ms. Gorman, I'd also like to start with you and thank you for your recent service and your ongoing work in this important area. I sort of have a framework in mind when it comes to cooperation with Europe on technology, trade, and investment, and it's that when it comes to the run faster innovation side and promoting cooperation, there's more eagerness. When it comes to the defense side, export controls, outbound investment, it's a harder slog. So a couple of your recommendations, which I happen to agree with, fall into that category. You said outbound investment restrictions, export controls, promoting human rights as a more prominent feature in export control policies. Could you characterize where the divergence might be with the EU on Europe and the EU on these issues? And is my framework roughly right or not helpful at all? Thanks.
No, I do think your framework is roughly right for two reasons. First, that this is really the genesis of EU technological competitiveness. It is, as I mentioned in the remarks, about becoming a global leader, a regulatory leader, a leader of standards. Less so in terms of the defensive toolkit to control PRC technological advancement and techno-authoritarianism. But second, I think it's also a matter of capacity and the difficulties of creating toolkits really on the fly at this point that are going to apply to 27 member states. So while that's true that Europe has definitely leaned in harder and run faster on the promotional side, Europe has expressed interest in all of these things. The TTC statement the most recent one had a very high level, very generic statement about outbound investment screening. The von der Leyen's de-risking speech mentioned investment screening. But I think the translation between the EU Commission level and the member states is not easy when it comes to developing new investment screening mechanisms that are largely carried out at the member state level. And on the question, I think, of an outbound investment screening in the United States, the discussions, I believe, are farther ahead than they are in the EU. But in those areas where we don't have a plan yet, I think that's where it's really ripe for this kind of coordination and cooperation. And we're not really at the point where we're going to, I think, jointly develop these outbound investment screening mechanisms, although for my money, I think we should. But we should at least be coordinating and understanding where are the overlaps as each side develops them.
Thank you. Dr. Garcia Herrero, any thoughts on this topic, particularly where Europe might be on these issues such as outbound investment reviews?
Yes. So first of all, we need to realize that Europe doesn't have yet a coordinated outbound investment screening, and it only got one for inbound investment screening in October 2020. So you know, it's very hard to compare the US and Europe as regards defensive tools. If I may say, as I mentioned before, we've actually increased our defensive tools to levels that we would never have thought of as kind of a very open trade-prone region of the world. So, but let me go back to the inbound investment screening so that you see what you may get if actually we push towards this outbound investment screening. So that inbound investment screening is only, it's not compulsory. So we have had the case, of course, that everybody knows about in the Hamburg port, where actually the proposal for this coordination committee was a no, and it ended up being a yes. So even if we push that further, and this is what I had at the end of my testimony, defensive measures are not going to be enough, even if we coordinated them. I'm not saying they're not useful, but they're not going to be enough. We need to think of proactive measures to create an ecosystem where we can actually produce what we need and have our standards, whether they are global standards, even better, but we need to think of that second best, because we might need to end up in the second best.
Commissioner Price.
Thank you, and thank you to all of you. I just need a bunch of clarification. Ms. Gorman, you might have actually just answered this in your last two answers, but when you talked about leading by example on your recommendations. What specifically did you mean?
Sure, and you're right, I actually did not address that in my last two answers. I was talking specifically about leading by example. I was asked, where could the U.S. lead by example here, and where should it be a more coordinated approach? And I think one area that the U.S. can lead by example on is in dealing with autocratic internet apps. So the restrict sort of idea behind TikTok, but creating a risk-based framework that applies not only to one particular app, such as TikTok, or maybe Lemonade next. I know this commission has looked at Shein and Temu and other internet apps originating from the PRC, but this is one area where the United States can lead an international coalition that may or may not initially include the EU, by example, to develop an almost EU-style risk-based approach to dealing with these platforms in our democracies, which goes to the earlier question as well on the PRC's data collection efforts.
Thank you. Actually, I'm now even more interested in that line, but maybe we'll come back to that. Dr. Garcia-Herrero, you talked about coordinated specialization on trade, but I wasn't clear if you meant within a current ecosystem or something new.
Thank you so much. I couldn't talk about trade because I was, I was trying to get my statement to the time allowed. But let me go through the two things which are actually separate. The first one is basically all about green energy to start. So the idea being that, of course, we have the IRA on the US side. Now we have actually two acts on the European side, critical raw materials, and then we have a net zero industrial act. The second actually focuses on producing as much as 40% of clean energy in Europe, and the first obviously is about providing or accessing enough critical raw materials. But the point is we're competing for the same amount of stuff out there, let alone countries that could eventually produce the electric vehicles or you name it that we will not be able to produce in Europe or the US only. And I say only. Of course, I understand that some of them could be produced, but at the end of the day, it's a question of cost and the amount of vehicles you want to. So for me, coordinated specialization would mean like-minded countries, and to be defined, would basically operate in this square by which you have innovation, and a lot of G7 countries could be there, and then you could have extraction, and you could have Canada, you could have Australia, you would have others, and then manufacturing, in my view, you would need India, and then you would have refining to be defined, because that's very hard to find places where you can actually refine. But the point is you would need to find this ecosystem. I don't mean to say it should be a closed ecosystem, but whoever comes to the ecosystem would need to follow the rules of the game. And I think we would need to coordinate our subsidies here, because if we don't, I think, again, we go back to full competition, and the big beneficiary of our competition is the PRC. So that's it. On trade, what I meant to say there was that, and I know this is probably not, I'm not sure how this applies in the US, but to me, we need to come up with some sort of trade agreement as soon as possible with Asia, and try to expand as much as possible to the Global South, because we are losing the Global South. So if we don't offer trade and investment deals, at the end of the day, they only see the defensive measures. And that's what the PRC basically pushes forward in its narrative. So trade is very, very important as a signal. And I think it would be so much easier, which was my proposal, just to jump, as the UK has done, on the CPTPP. Why? Because it's easy, it's clear, it's there, and it won't take too much for any of us. The EU doesn't want to do that, let me tell you, whatsoever, because we argue we can do better. But it's not about doing better, it's about doing quick and giving a very, very strong signal that we're there. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Hellberg.
Thank you. My question is for Ms. Gorman. The General Data Protection Rule in Europe imposes a set of 7 different broad requirements on technology companies. Some of these rules include personal data must be processed lawfully, fairly, and in a transparent manner. Personal data can only be collected for specified, explicit, and legitimate purposes. Personal data can't be kept longer than needed, and personal data must be processed in a manner that ensures appropriate security, including protection against unauthorized or unlawful processing and against accidental loss. TikTok has 150 million users in Europe, and last month, a former TikTok executive blew the whistle, claiming that the Chinese Communist Party has supreme access to all data held by TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, via a backdoor channel, no matter where the data was located. That TikTok executive also claimed that he had observed ByteDance being responsive to the CCP's request to share, elevate, or even remove content describing ByteDance as a useful propaganda tool for Beijing's leaders. Wouldn't you say ByteDance and TikTok violate Europe's GDPR rule?
I'm not a lawyer, but I do know that TikTok has been under investigation by both the EU Data Protection Authority as well as at the member state level from respective data protection authorities. So I don't think it's unreasonable to say that there are strong questions and concerns, including in Europe, on TikTok's compliance with the GDPR. As to if I may, as to the second point you brought up about TikTok as a propaganda app, I think that is really something that the U.S., going back to the sort of leading by example question, should take into consideration when developing this framework. That I know there's a debate about whether data protection is sufficient to address autocratic apps like TikTok, and my view is that it's not, because the propaganda piece of this needs to be taken into consideration when considering how such apps should operate in democracies.
Thank you. One of the issues that a lot of policymakers across the West, both in the US and in Europe, struggle with is the fact that our legal system is based on a doctrine of innocent unless proven guilty. In the case of TikTok, a lot of various people have said that there's no smoking gun, and therefore policy action against TikTok can't be properly addressed. Some people have said it's not about a smoking gun, it's about there's a loaded gun, referring to China's civil-military fusion doctrine. Should the US shift its burden of proof for Chinese mobile apps from default trust unless proven distrustful to default distrust unless proven trustworthy?
So I think that question depends on the scale of the app, how widely is it used, how much data can it collect, what influence could it have on a population. I do not agree that we should trust by default Chinese internet apps, that there is a high degree of skepticism, and not just because for some arbitrary reason, but because there is a long history of evidence of Chinese espionage that targets US critical technology, US data, and not just US data, and also that tries to influence US discourse around political matters and around geopolitical matters that involve China. So I think we should have a very high index of suspicion. Whether we should not trust by default, I think really depends on sort of the power, the risk of the app to our society. For example, I know the Commission has worked with some of the shopping apps, Shein and Temu. I think those concerns are really different from the concerns of a TikTok. The concerns there might be about whether forced labor is being used in the products that are promoted to consumers on those autocratic-based apps. In the case of TikTok, I think the propaganda issue is such a large one. So I would not apply that at the same standard to all internet apps originating from China. I think, yes, they all have a data component, but the amount of data collected and the type of data collected, it is also relevant. I'm less worried about the data on shopping history, which not to say that couldn't be used for geopolitical reasons or economic promotion of certain products over another, but I'm less worried about that than I am about when TikTok is promoting election centers and giving candidate information, as it did in the most recent US election with the midterms. So I think different frameworks, different concerns for different apps, and that's why there's a need to kind of create this more comprehensive framework. But no, we shouldn't have sort of a presumption of innocence given the very fact-based pattern, not just with TikTok, but with Huawei, with cyber espionage, APT-41, and a long history of Chinese efforts to create malign activity in democracies.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Garcia-Herrera, I wanted to follow up on Commissioner Price's question to you about coordinated specialization to these de-risking efforts. And as you described it, a division of labor essentially among like-minded partners to address some of these concerns. In my sense, I think a lot of the de-risking efforts, to use that phrase, that the U.S. has taken recently, I think were designed and intended to address energy security and transition costs for those communities that will bear a disproportionate burden of the transition to a clean energy economy. Now, that burden and the impact on those sorts of communities is not unique to the United States. So I'd be curious as to how you would see that coordinated specialization playing out between Europe and the United States to address those specific concerns.
Thank you for the question. I think the way to pan this out beyond US and Europe is to make a very strong point on two things. First of all, as we speak, we have a monopsony, close to monopsony in acquisition and certainly refining, but acquisition of critical materials from China to then refine it's going to be over 90% by 2025 of that refining. So anybody who is actually exporting critical materials would be happy to have more than a buyer. Yeah. So we could actually make this very strong point that we need diversification even on the buying side. Number one, that not only the refining could go to the country that is extracting, but also the manufacturing. So think about Chile or others Indonesia for that matter, trying to move up the ladder and making sure that they keep that value added that they're not keeping now because China is indeed manufacturing the bulk of it. And then the other very important thing is the cost. So by having basically nearly a monopoly in production, which then feeds the world with these clean energy products, we could be stuck with the wrong technology. We could have basically technological dependence. And by having a second ecosystem, what we ensure is that we actually have more choices in terms of technology because we have many other areas producing clean energy. This is a simplification, but I think basically it makes the argument that others could indeed be in favor of a second ecosystem. And for that, we need to be inclusive. That's very clear. It's actually in our own interest to be inclusive because that will reduce the cost of decarbonization globally for us. And by the way, it will also allow more space for China to decarbonize, which frankly speaking, given since not this 2 sessions, but the previous one when China lifted the yearly targets for emissions, we don't have much information of what was going on with emissions in China. So we would actually make China have more space for its own decarbonization. So in that regard, I think it's kind of a win-win, or it can actually be portrayed as a win-win strategy beyond the US and China, the US and Europe, sorry.
Thank you. Dr. Rulick, I want to touch very briefly on technical standards. As Commissioner Wessel alluded to, we did have a hearing on this 3 years ago and made some recommendations to Congress. I think to my fellow commissioners, China's approach to technical standards will seem pretty familiar. Like the law, I think they view these standards as tools to achieve strategic interests and tools of industrial policy, market access, or simply to accomplish certain geopolitical objectives. As part of our recommendations 3 years ago, we recommended Congress take steps to elevate the importance of these standards and coordinate U.S. policy across different sectors, and recommended setting priorities, namely identifying those standards and those standard-setting bodies with the greatest potential impact on competitiveness and national security. From a European perspective, what standards and bodies do you think Europeans would prioritize? It sounds like from your testimony, critical infrastructure would probably make that list, but curious as to what else in 20 seconds you might identify.
Thank you very much. So, I mean, from the European perspective, the prioritization of certain standard developing organizations is very easy. I mean, there are three standardization organizations internationally that the European Union recognizes as such. This is the International Standardization Organization, ISO, the International Electrotechnical Committee, IEC, and it is the International Telecommunications Union, ITU. At the same time, of course, this is sort of the standard policy answer here, that this is what Europe recognizes. But there are, of course, a number of other international SDOs that are standard developing organizations that are on Europeans' minds. This is certainly the third generation partnership project, but it's also actually US-based industry consortia such as IEEE, IETF. So there are quite a number here to name, but I think it may be sort of the most relevant actually to identify the criticality of technologies and from there sort of trace where are actually decisive standard developing organizations internationally that really do shape the standardization landscape in those fields rather than sort of start from the SDOs. And I think what we see is that ITU gets lots of credits and lots of attention, not just in the West, but also in the global South, while sort of, if you look at the companies, many sort of really see ITU as sort of rather secondary and the real technological stuff being developed in truly privately driven standard developing organizations.
Thank you. Commissioner Cleveland.
Thank you, Chair Friedberg. I actually want to follow up on this very question, so I appreciate Commissioner Goodwin raising it. In your testimony, Dr. Ruling, you indicate that between 2015 and 2019, China gained Secretariat leadership positions in the ISO and IEC in rare earths, foundry machinery, transaction assurance, e-commerce, smart grid user interface, low voltage auxiliary power systems. And then in 2022 alone, they gained ISO and IEC Secretariat positions in 5 of 9 new leadership positions, including on brain computer interface, enhanced oil recovery, heat supply, and hydropower. These all seem pretty important. I'm wondering where they haven't gained leadership positions in the first. I mean, that's sort of a separate question, but I'm wondering what the practical implications are, because you did such a beautiful job on explaining why USB is a relevant standard. That, to me, makes it very, very practical. But in your view, what are the practical implications of the fact that the PRC has gained in 2022 alone 5 of 9 new leadership positions in fairly significant areas? Does this mean they're influencing fees, licensing, patent enforcement? What is it that this means? And then secondly, are there any differences between the EU and Europe, the US and Europe, when it comes to the fact that China has executed this strategy?
Sorry, could you repeat the second question?
Right, so this seems to be a pretty aggressive strategy that can aligned with China's industrial policy. And I'm curious, in the context of this hearing, whether or not you view the US and Europe as aligned in concern when it comes to this Chinese strategy, or are they on the same page, or are there differences?
Yeah, I start with the latter. I actually think we are quite aligned in sort of the awareness. At roughly a similar time, I think, did technical standard setting, maybe the US a bit ahead of Europe as in many cases, but I think at roughly the same time, the issue of technical standard setting and the realization that China is really aggressively and also sort of proactively striving to get influence on technical standards, but particularly on those of strategic relevance, I think, has come to the fore. And if you compare the US strategy that Ms. Gorman mentioned before to the EU strategy that was published in February last year, I think both sort of grapple with the same dilemma, both commit to a private sector-led approach in sort of the analysis of China's behavior. I think both are really very similar. To what extent we sort of align then in the practical consequences we draw from that, I think to some extent still remains to be seen, because with all due respect, I think the US strategy is sort of far less concrete so far. So it lays out sort of the fundamental thinking on the US side, and that is certainly the same as on the EU side, but we do see that the EU is already implementing that, trying to actually it's specifically with relation to ETSI, the European Telecommunications Standard Institute, limit the influence of non-European companies. That is mainly meant to target Chinese multinationals, but it's also targeting US companies. So there is quite some cleavage, certainly, on that front as well. So to what extent then actually our policies actually align, and to what extent sort of actor-agnostic policies then also hit at transatlantic partners is certainly something to look into. But on sort of the analysis side, I think we're pretty much aligned. On the implications, I only have 35 seconds, but sort of it's really all of it. So if you grab a technical leadership position in such critical fields, which are certainly sort of by no surprise, and that China is successful, by the way, that China is more successful in one year than another, is also due to the fact that in one year there may be more technical committees being newly formed. So that is also, China is picking up opportunities. But the implications from taking up the leadership position at first is mostly agenda setting power, which is quite of enormous importance. If you think of the national security element, what should be standardized and what not, may have, that is agenda setting at its best, may have actually very concrete national security implications, because that sort of reveals what should then sort of be taken under an international review, what should be actually left for proprietary technological solutions to different companies. So that could have enormous implications. Which proposals are being put onto the table at what time? That could, of course, very much favor Chinese proposals that can come with implications for the underlying standard essential patents. If you put a proposal on the table, it's very likely that your patents will be included and not those of your competitors. So I think on all the four risk areas, that can have massive implications, from national security to the competitiveness angle, values, if the relevant standards do differ sort of in the degree to which they defend or implement certain values. So it's really on all fronts that agenda setting power does, or can at least, unfold in enormous impact.
Thank you. Commissioner Borkoff.
At the risk of just piling on, I also was present for the 2020 hearing on standards, and both before and after that, it alarmed me, and a large part of it alarmed me, much in the way that you are. There was a lot of discussion in the background reading about the stacking of the deck in these organizations, where not necessarily in an insidious way, but just in a very directed way, and the Chinese government decided to actively try to get their folks into the chairmanships of various committees and subcommittees. And what we learned that I'm still remembering was it affected competitiveness in a big way. You know, if you change how far apart the threads are in a screw, you can make it where an entire factory has to retool in America. And in the case, we learned that air conditioning, medical devices, refrigerators, all kinds of things you wouldn't think about, and then all of a sudden that goes on to parts that go into aircraft, parts that go into nuclear weapons, parts that go into everything involved in national security are affected by a screw thread, by the manner in which a piece of equipment is designed. So you mentioned something that really struck me. You mentioned the mapping of the power structure of these organizations. You know, I've seen that done politically, where people go in and try to figure out who the influencers are. Are you familiar with anyone who has actually mapped these organizations, say, over the past 5 to 10 years, or are actively doing that now to take a look at who's becoming the most influential in these organizations? Not in a general sense, I mean in a specific sense.
Well, NIST was tasked to come up with a study for Congress to actually map or actually exercise that what you just request. I think they have done a good job, certainly. I'm happy to forward that study to you. But it's mostly related to ITU and ISO, and I think that sort of, but that's sort of no criticism. It grasps sort of the problem very well, I think. What we probably need to do is we can't wait for this one study. It will be a book with several thousand pages. What we'll probably need to do is expand on such analysis, both in terms of sort of the standard developing organizations, including others, because already from that study, you can very well see that China's influence on ISO and that in ITU differs significantly. But I think we should probably also start looking more sort of in horizontal studies that delve into specific technologies that we deem particularly critical, identify and then sort of do the necessary analysis together with industry representatives to understand where are those technical standards being developed and pool actually technical expertise with political expertise, so with China-specific, country-specific China expertise to sort of really understand, well, who is sitting at the table, what is the technical merit of that. Trying to do this in a project in the European Union at the moment that's called Digital Power China that I have the privilege to participate in, where we try to pool that. It's not simply related to technical standards, but if you ask me whether this one project is up to do the entire job, certainly not. I mean, it hopefully can contribute to that, but we'll probably need to expand. And I think you really nailed it. The adaptation costs, I wasn't able to sort of mention that. It's not just the patenting, the licensing fees, but it's also adaptation costs. I mean, if you see a new standard emerging that is not compliant with your own technology, you need to decide, do I withdraw from that specific market, or do I really redesign my product, my production to actually comply with that international standard? That can involve enormous adaptation costs. You're absolutely right. I agree.
Thank you for that. I knew that NIST was working on that. I didn't know they finished it. I hope you will forward it to us. And I think it, as you alluded to, it directly looks at the lower level risks, you know, general manufacturing. But what they were concerned with when they first started was the higher level risk, and I'm glad that you all are doing what you're doing in Europe. I hope that gets, even if you can't do it all, any start would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair Bartholomew.
Thank you very much, and thank you to our witnesses for making some very technical issues more understandable to those of us who are not experts. I'd like to talk a little bit about data, though, and that is, from my understanding of GDPR, it's about controlling the collection of data of individuals, correct? And yet, of course, we know that the Chinese government collects massive amounts of information on its own citizens, but controls the dissemination of the data. And if I have that correct, I'm just trying to understand how those different views of data play out, both in any standard setting bodies, but just in sort of implementation of regulations? Nobody wants to step up and answer.
Yeah, I'm happy to take at least a partial stab at that one. I think the reality is that we are seeing a trend towards more data localization, which is the Chinese model, where data that is collected on and about Chinese citizens stays in China. It must be housed in China. GDPR does not do that, does not take that as localized an approach, but rather restricts the ability to collect at scale data on citizens without a strong need to do so. There needs, and sort of this is what we saw when Italy's data regulator put a pause on ChatGPT. It was actually for this precise reason that there was not at least in the view of that regulator, a well-defined articulation for why ChatGPT needed to collect all of that information as part of its training model, which included data on EU citizens. So certainly very different data approaches between the EU approach and the Chinese model. I think and of course in the US, there isn't a broader federal data privacy bill. It's something we've been calling for some time and are really hopeful that maybe one day we'll get. But I think there is a trend towards more data localization, more of the sort of the Chinese approach, housing data individually in countries. What the G7 and especially Japan has really pioneered as a model that I think will be the most effective one is this concept of data free flow with trust, where you can be very judicious about the data that you share with foreign competitors such as China, but very free-flowing in the data that you share with allies and partners. There is a benefit to open data, open exchange in terms of sort of open scientific data, but also interoperability among like-minded partners. And so that's the approach that I hope that democratic nations go to, in contrast sort of to the heavily localized approach, even as we control for risks of espionage that come from autocratic actors like China and chiefly China around data that regards business information and personal information, given especially its ability to influence populations.
Lindsay, do you think that the Japanese model would preclude any restrictions on the collection of data here, which of course we don't have, but if you move to something like that, does that serve as a disincentive to do anything to limit the amount of data that's being collected on individuals here in the US?
I'm not sure about that. I don't think necessarily. I think it's more about once it's collected, where it stays and where it can go. I think you would need sort of separate regulations as GDPR has if you really wanted to restrict the collection. You could imagine, though, building into this concept of free flow with trust, a specification, if you wanted, that said part of this sort of circle of trust when it comes to data means we're not going to use data for X, Y, and Z purposes, such as, for example, social scoring architectures. So I think there's a way to build that in terms of the criteria of the sort of free flow with trust. But I don't think on its face, the method of and the means by which you would share data necessarily has implications for how and in what manner it would be collected within individual countries.
Thank you. Dr. Herrera?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to add basically in line with the comment made that free flow of data among like-minded partners is actually essential in anything like coordinated specialization for green energy, because one of the key advantages that China has to produce solar panels cheaper than anybody else and in a very efficient way is that indeed it has all of the data, even of solar panels that are used in Europe. And that's how basically it increases the efficiency, and it can monitor those solar panels and actually repair them in need. So if we were to build something like that without sharing data and going into a model of localization, we would not be competitive because the size would not be the same. So I do think the data the cross-border data agreements in anything that we want to do together is essential for anything we produce to become competitive towards what China is producing today.
Yeah, I just ask one more question to follow up on that, which is, we talk a lot about reciprocity. Are any of those discussions on cross-border data insisting that when the Chinese have access to our data, that we should be able to get access to their data?
Well, not unfortunately. We're very far from reciprocity in many, many ways, including data. But I think this is the point, that the minute we work on something where we share data, then reciprocity is easier to apply because the amount of data could be comparable. Here is also about the amount of data that we will be able to put together. So we can't really think, I mean, if you're a very small country, even less so, of reciprocating, because your data anyway would be so small compared to what you would have access to, basically.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Mann, I left you out. I apologize.
I just have one question for Dr. Garcia Herrero. I wanted to pursue your interesting idea of coordinated specialization and come back to that. But I want to know how it's going to work. I mean, who's going to do the coordinating? Is this really feasible, either diplomatically or politically? I mean, even industrial policy has proved to be difficult in this country. Who's going to tell European company X that they need to hold back and let the Americans do it? And who's going to tell American company Y that they need to give way to the Europeans?
Absolutely, that's the key, and let alone the fact that we also need to incorporate, still like-minded actors, but maybe not as well, with less coordination, basically, than we already have for the UN and the US. And understanding that, I think one could, and this brings me to standards, by the way, because I think the whole idea is to basically create a set of agreements. It could be on the amount of subsidies, yeah? It could be on tech transfer. It could be on basically trade agreements, because at the end of the day, imagine we have India producing most of all the solar panels we need. Well, without a trade agreement, this is going to be very costly anyway, because you would have to have, import tariffs that you would need to have if you're thinking of this ecosystem. So I would argue that you could think of, a trade, well, of course, some kind of TTC at a broader level with the specific goal of creating an ecosystem for green energy, and whether the subsidies or the tech transfer or the trade deals to reduce the amount of tariffs wherever that is left, whether it's price or even quantity tariffs of any sort or any barrier would be lifted, and then you would need to let the market work. You cannot just do all of this on a planning mode. The whole idea is to compete, but not to repeat what the PRC is doing. So that, I understand it's difficult, but I don't think we can do this on our own, because the de-risking strategy for each of us will be too costly, because it's just an individual strategy.
Thank you. I'll yield my time. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. It seems to me that all three of you in different ways are describing and advocating the construction of what I would call, for lack of a better term, value-based blocks. So Dr. Ruhlig, we're clearly not going to persuade China to accept all of our standards. They are attempting to get others within their sphere to follow their standards. So the world is likely to be divided to some degree. Ms. Gorman, this idea of free flow with trust seems to me to describe a world in which the cyber spheres of democratic countries are somewhat insulated from those of autocratic countries, which are very heavily insulated from the democracies. And Dr. Garcia Herrero, this idea of coordinated specialization, in order for it to work, it seems to me there's going to have to be some protection of this new market consisting of democratic countries in order for them to be able to be shielded to some degree from very low-cost subsidized products coming from China. So I wonder if all three of you could respond to that characterization. And Dr. Garcia-Herrera, perhaps we could start with you.
Yes, absolutely. You need to be shielded because first of all, you are starting from scratch nearly. Yeah, I mean, I did offer the numbers of how much China is exporting in green energies to start. So it's clearly in that field, if you don't protect your market at the beginning, kind of infant industry argument, you won't be able to make it, let alone having a big market, because that's where you can have the economies of scale, you can use, again, flow of data, etc., to make sure that also the innovation is the right innovation. You're not depending on somebody else's innovation. So yes, you would need to be somehow protecting that ecosystem. Totally.
Thank you. Dr. Rulli?
Well, I'm concerned that I have to somewhat agree with you because I think, as I try to emphasize, the value of technical standards is greater, sort of the broader its scope is. So I don't think that we should give up trying to integrate China into existing institutions. And it somewhat leads me back to something Commissioner Vessel mentioned, and I wasn't able to respond. Maybe if there's time, I could come back to that. And that's sort of where there's competence, and China does have enormous technological innovation power, there will be impact in terms of technical standards. So if we don't integrate China, that's the other part of the story, then China will spread those standards outside the institution. So I don't think that we are at a point where we should sort of fully give up and sort of just say, well, let's sign on to the value blocks. But at the same time, I think we should rather sort of define the conditions in our interests and values and get sort of quite straight under which conditions are we trying to accommodate the Chinese into the system. I think we should rather sort of be clear in where we are unwilling to make any compromises, where we should be sort of very clear. But sort of fully giving up on the Chinese, I mean, we do sort of see a somewhat liberalizing trend in China's standardization policy. And we should also always keep an eye on the global south. They don't want to choose either side. So wherever we can actually come up with global standards that do not violate and undercut our values and norms, then I think it's good to have China on board. But I'm afraid it may indeed go into a direction that you've just described.
Thank you. Ms. Gorman.
Yeah, I mean, I think look, in China, we have an autocratic actor that is actively trying to model the world's technology ecosystem in its own autocratic image. And the approach that democracies have historically taken of let's build the technology, and because these technologies connect people, because they allow for discourse and democratic activity, they will inherently be good for democracy. And I think with the internet, we've seen that approach just doesn't work. And that's why it is important to be building our democratic values into the next generation of technologies. If you look at the draft rules that China recently put out on generative AI, they state explicitly that these AI systems, the chatbots, the Chinese versions of the ChatGPTs, need to comply with Chinese core socialist values and not infringe on state stability and national unity, and have to comply with censorship rules. I don't think that's a model that is good for a free and open world. And I would just add, I see we're running out of time a little bit, that I don't think that necessarily means we have to exclude actors that maybe are on that democratic autocratic spectrum. No democracy is perfect, especially not the United States. And what we should be all striving to is to put forward a democratic offering, including to the global south, that is compelling and that empowers, when we're talking around data, it empowers countries to have ownership of their own data. I think that is sort of the open democratic model that we should be looking towards and trying to provide that counter to an autocratic model that is ultimately about enriching the power of the Chinese Communist Party, whether that is siphoning and suctioning up data from the European solar panels or from the African telecommunications infrastructures.
Okay. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we're out of time. I want to thank all of our witnesses for their excellent presentations. We're going to recess for an hour. We'll resume at 2:05. Is that right? 2:05. We'll be back at 2:05. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We're going to resume with our third panel, which will examine European approaches to dealing with China on strategic issues, compare European approaches to the U.S. approach, and explore areas for transatlantic cooperation. We're going to start with Dr. Janke Ortel, who's appearing virtually. Dr. Ortel is the director of the Asia Program and Senior Policy Fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations. She'll provide an overview of Europe's approach to China on strategic issues. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Virla Nouwens, the Shangri-La Dialogue Senior Fellow for Indo-Pacific Defense and Strategy at the International Institute for Strategic Studies, and she'll examine European approaches to Taiwan and the Indo-Pacific. Lastly, we'll hear from Mr. Ivan Kanapethy, Senior Associate and Freeman Chair in China Studies for the Center for Strategic and International Studies. He'll provide a U.S. perspective on coordination with European allies on strategic issues related to China. Thank you all very much for being here and for your testimony. I'd ask all of the witnesses again to please keep your remarks to 7 minutes to preserve time for Q&A. Dr. Ortel, welcome. It's good to see you again, even if only virtually. We'll begin with you.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. The panel is entitled Convergence and Divergence on Strategic Issues, and as a proper academic, I would start out by saying that there's probably a fair degree of divergence about what exactly those strategic issues are. But let's maybe focus on three where we can more or less agree: economic security, Ukraine, and Taiwan. The term economic security is now being embraced across Europe. The EU is working on an ambitious economic security agenda that is supposed to enhance its immediate readiness to sudden changes in the geopolitical environment. It is designed to create greater resilience, identify gaps in legislation, and give it the knowledge and tools to deal with a world in which rule following cannot be expected as the default in the interactions between states any longer. The current process will first and foremost provide the EU with improved situational awareness and economic intelligence to address regulatory blind spots and enhance its defensive capacity. There's enormous transatlantic convergence on the respective defensive side of the economic security agenda, while there's greater hesitance among the EU and its member states than on the US side to devise more offensive or proactive measures, including the use of sanctions and entity listings. The question of outbound investment screening is seriously debated. The most likely outcome will not necessarily be an EU-wide new instrument or mechanism, but rather individual legislative action in member states, from broadening the definition of dual-use technologies or enhancing export controls. The area in which there is at least rhetorically a divergence between the US and various European governments is in the realm of halting China's advances in the technology space. US export controls on advanced semiconductors are seen by many observers in Europe as an attempt to keep China down or slow its development on high-tech innovation. Only rarely is the national security perspective invoked. But this bit is slowly changing, and it brings me to the second strategic issue, Ukraine. As a sort of rule of thumb, one can currently argue that the closer you geographically get to Ukraine's border, the clearer the impact of the war on the perceptions of China in an EU member state, with the exception of Hungary. Especially Central and Eastern European countries have hardened their approach more significantly. China's failure to condemn the blatant violation of Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty and the continued support for Moscow hits a particular nerve among Central and Eastern Europeans, but it is also affecting Europe-China relations more broadly and has brought the notion of China as a security challenge much closer to home. Something that, if I may say so, has not been fully realized in Beijing yet, just how damaging the continued support for Russia is for overall relations with European countries. But it's currently unclear where European red lines for Beijing's support for Moscow exactly are and how proactively this should be addressed. The latest poll that my colleagues of the European Council on Foreign Relations have conducted in 11 EU member states is pointing towards one of those red lines at least. It comes to the conclusion that a plurality of 41% of respondents are in favor of sanctioning China if China were to deliver ammunition or weapons to Russia, even if this meant serious economic harm to Western economies. In Sweden, 56% of respondents were in favor, 51% in the Netherlands. Sweden and the Netherlands are both states in which a more public debate about the relationship to China has already taken place, and where domestic public opinion is more influenced by negative experiences and more alert because of strategic challenges. Think Kuomintang or ASML. All countries polled show a high number of 20 to almost 40% undecided respondents to this question, which shows that there is a huge need for clearer communication of political objectives and risk assessments by European leaders. Europeans, out of their own interest, should not want to see China arming Russia to help win the war in Ukraine. Policymakers could also make clear that whatever Washington does or does not do, that Europe is willing to act on this by itself, which would be a welcome demonstration of European capacity to act and strategic unity. But there's a much bigger debate about capacity and willingness to act when it comes to the strategic challenge posed by a Taiwan contingency. Taiwan did not used to be a feature as a topic of key strategic interest for EU member states. It does feature now, though. While the careful rhetoric at the EU level and in many member states, as well as the almost religious focus on the one China policy, is unlikely to change anytime soon, the assumption that this will automatically lead to inaction in case of a military escalation in the Taiwan Strait is following a logic that no longer holds. Even though individual EU member states are hindering a more outspoken EU policy on Taiwan for now, Europeans have demonstrated a remarkable amount of unity on Ukraine and created an unexpected plethora of actions and sanctions to respond to Russia's invasion. And unity on the approach to Russia was also absent before the invasion at the EU level, Nord Stream 2 being the ultimate embodiment of that. Public scenario planning and the creation of a concrete list of sanctions that would be waged upon Beijing, however, is not what European member states mostly see as the most sensible option right now. The unease in dealing with the strategic challenge publicly is clearly showing also in public opinion. Our recent polling shows that a majority of European respondents, 62% on average, polled in all of the respective countries, would be in favor of a neutral stance rather than supporting the United States, which only 23% would on average be advocating for. European policymakers in key member states seem to have so far failed in making clear that neutrality will not be an option, as desirable as it may feel to many. Despite the growing degree of convergence around a whole series of China-related questions, true transatlantic alignment and convergence in rhetoric and policy will continue to be complicated. Geopolitical uncertainty ahead of the US election in 2024 is growing, and with it a desire to hedge and wait. The opposite of decisive leadership and proactive transatlantic agenda setting that seems necessary from the European end. To overcome the remaining dangers of resorting to inaction in face of the challenges posed by China, transatlantic trust building remains key. Overall, it is not unity among European leaders that I would currently be most worried about. Yes, the highest degree of transatlantic convergence on China is currently between Brussels and Washington, but member states are also broadly aligned. The largest divergence within Europe is likely between policy elites and public opinion, and I think we should discuss about that a little bit further in the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Nowlins.
Co-chairs Commissioner James Mann, Commissioner Aaron Friedberg, members of the Commission and staff, thank you for inviting me to testify on Europe-China strategic relations and Indo-Pacific policy. Europe-China relations have undergone a significant shift. Europe is generally more skeptical of Chinese strategic ambitions over the compatibility of its system and interests vis-a-vis international rules-based order, and European governments have, broadly speaking, grown concerned about reported Chinese influence, interference, and coercion within their own borders, as well as those of partners and allies. This has brought Europe in greater alignment with the United States on China policy than in previous years, although differences still remain concerning intra-European views on how tough an approach to China should be. The UK's position, for example, is more closely aligned to that of the United States, though not identical. Eastern European states have experienced at the hands of Russia aggression in the past, and now at the hands of China coercion and assertiveness in recent years. Other countries remain more interested in trade and access to China's enormous market, and thus remain wary of extent of potentially angering Beijing. The EU and some member states also seem to be moving away from a focus on strategic autonomy to one which is now focused around strategic sovereignty. It's therefore not necessarily just about maintaining independence from the United States, but also includes a greater shift towards de-risking, as EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen recently outlined in March this year, through greater resilience and diversification of supply chains and relationships in order to lessen Europe's vulnerability to and dependence on China in strategic areas, as well as greater use of trade instruments from the existing inward investment screening framework to tightening export controls and at least a stated interest in future to monitor outbound investment to protect economic security. President von der Leyen, indeed EU HRVP Josep Borrell's comments that the EU now lends greater weight to the strategic rivalry aspect of the characterization of China, and that stability across the Taiwan Strait matters significantly to the EU are certainly points of departure from the EU's past positions. However, as can be seen from some comments of political leaders or officials, and indeed also political elites, strategic communications around Europe's approach to China is not always unified and in line with strong messaging from EU leadership. And indeed, in some corners of Europe, there remains a lack of trust in the United States due to past instability in the transatlantic relationship, particularly under Trump, as well as differences in some policy areas. Recent U.S. initiatives like the Inflation Reduction Act or the October 7 export controls confirm to some that the United States also is still pursuing at heart an America First policy with insufficient regard for European prosperity and perspectives. There's also, of course, still the idea that Europe can and should form a third pole in a multipolar world. This extends to the Indo-Pacific. Strategic geoeconomic interest, as well as concerns over China, played an important factor in the adoption of Indo-Pacific strategies, guidelines, and documents in recent years by Europe. The closeness of the Russia-China relationship and Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine have made European countries more, not less, aware of the potential disruption that would result from a conflict in the Indo-Pacific and the fragility and stability in the region, particularly around flashpoints like Taiwan. European countries generally view Europe's strengths as lying in softer security and economic policy in the Indo-Pacific. This includes health and human rights, digital and cyber, as well as climate change and connectivity. The UK and France, by virtue of their long-standing engagement in the region, reinvigorated strategies for the Indo-Pacific, have more frequently deployed militarily to the region, and are also more persistently, and in the case of France, permanently present. The UK has, in particular, made strong strides. It has become a dialogue partner of ASEAN and is seeking to accede to the CPTPP, while it recently entered into defense technology agreements with Australia and the US through AUKUS and Italy and Japan through GCAP, indicating a determination for deeper and integrated engagement in the region. While I cannot go into every detail of commonality and divergence across Europe in their interest partners and platforms in the Indo-Pacific, it is important to note that amongst those in Europe that do have strategies, there is a different emphasis on which subregions, potential partner states, and regional architecture they should be engaging with and in. Despite these ambitions, limited economic and military resources in Europe, already under strain from the aftermath of the global pandemic and now the war in Ukraine, will necessitate thoughtful and careful sustainable engagement in the region, including with the United States. Indeed, while these European countries and the EU see the importance of the Indo-Pacific and seek greater engagement, the Indo-Pacific represents a secondary priority to their own immediate region. For the United States, the Indo-Pacific is, of course, its priority theater, and this is understandable. Thankfully, the interlinkages between the two regions are well understood by both sides of the Atlantic, and the UK, the EU, as well as European countries already maintain close contact with the US on the Indo-Pacific, including through high-level dialogues. In that light, there is scope for greater US-Europe burden sharing and cooperation in the region, as well as between the Euro-Atlantic and Indo-Pacific regions. Transatlantic coordination can, after all, take many forms, from ad hoc to institutionalized, and from information sharing to deconfliction and integrated collaboration. First, greater public awareness is required in Europe over China and the Indo-Pacific. While the public debate around China has increased significantly over the years, there remains an uneven understanding and capacity in government as well on China. Greater coordination and information sharing in this respect would be helpful between Europe and the US. On the Indo-Pacific, there is far less public discussion and awareness, and certainly less so around what Europe's potential role might be vis-a-vis conflicts such as Taiwan in the region. Greater debate and thinking, as well as awareness raising amongst the public, is required. Second, this at times has led to reductionist thinking in the EU around the role that Europe and the EU can play in the Indo-Pacific. Third, there is also a greater need for stock-taking of European, US, and partner assets and infrastructure in the Indo-Pacific region, as well as careful analysis how these should be utilized in times of peace and conflict. With a heavy concentration in the Indian Ocean region, European countries are well placed to have more concrete and detailed Indian Ocean strategies. Moreover, in a time of conflict, for example, over Taiwan, the debate over Europe's role must evolve from one that dismisses their participation due to geographic distance to one that creatively explores how European assets could, for example, aid with supply chain logistics or keep vital sea lines of communication and maritime choke points open. I have further recommendations in my stated testimony, and I'd be happy to discuss those with you in person in the discussion next. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kanapathy.
Chairman Bartholomew, Vice Chairman Wong, Commissioner Mann, Commissioner Friedberg, and other members of the Commission, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My written and spoken statements are my personal views and not intended to represent my employers or affiliated institutions, either past or present. I'll briefly offer my assessments of U.S.-Europe convergence on China policy, including export investment restrictions and Europe's approach to Taiwan. European views of China vary widely. There is disparity among the countries, within each country, and between the various EU institutions. Since 2019, the European Commission has characterized China as simultaneously a partner, a competitor, and systemic rival. While the Baltic states and the Czech Republic find themselves on one end of the spectrum, the EU's largest economies and most dominant policy voices are on the other. As evidenced at last month's G7 summit, the United States and Europe are rhetorically converging on several aspects of the China challenge. There remains, however, a significant gap in substantive, practical actions taken and under consideration. As early as 2017, in trilateral ministerial meetings with the US and Japan, Brussels had already agreed to coordinate joint actions to counter China's unfair economic practices. But since then, the United States has sprinted ahead in taking real steps while Europe continues to lag. Therefore, rather than convergence, a more apt depiction may be that European allies are trailing behind in diagnosing the threat, even as the United States takes prescriptive actions to counter the CCP. EU policy actions will lag alongside the biggest players, France and Germany. As a whole, Europe's current mindset is comparable to Washington around 2016. Western Europe is gradually conceding that the China dream is over, but it remains relatively frozen in action, unable to implement a meaningful change in policy direction. Ultimately, Germany's outsized corporate dependence on China, along with France's Gaullist ambitions to lead a strategically autonomous Europe, will continue to limit Europe's approach to China. For example, while the European Commission has repeatedly expressed support for export controls to counter China's military-civil fusion strategy, the EU has yet to move forward with actual restrictions. Last month, the Commission floated the idea of limiting trade with countries, including China, that are allowing circumvention of the export controls on Russia. But sensitive to any loss of access to the China market, Germany and Italy immediately pushed back on the proposal, ultimately watering it down. Given individual member states' varying interests in Europe's consensus-oriented culture, any future EU export control regime would likely be non-binding, toothless, or both. As long as Europe remains relatively passive, U.S. business concerns about offshoring are justified. If U.S. companies cannot ship certain technologies to China, then foreign competitors will gain uncontested markets, and multinationals will be incentivized to shift development and production outside U.S. jurisdiction to serve that China market. For advanced technologies, Europe, Japan, and the UK are the primary jurisdictions that could benefit in such a situation. Of those, Europe is the least aligned with the U.S. national security concerns about China, and therefore most likely to exploit regulatory advantages. Similarly, on the topic of investment restrictions, despite U.S. efforts, G7 leaders did not commit to stopping sensitive technology transfer to Beijing by curbing certain investments in China. Here again, Europe tends to lean farther forward with words than with deeds. Shifting gears to Taiwan, U.S. diplomatic efforts have awakened allies to the fact that a Taiwan contingency would plunge the economy into depression due to Taiwan's criticality to global electronic supply chains. To say that Europe has a stake in preserving peace across the Taiwan Strait is a gross understatement. Since then, Speaker Pelosi visited Taiwan in August, more than a dozen European countries have dispatched high-level officials or parliamentarians to Taipei, countering Beijing's campaign of diplomatic isolation. And NATO is also increasing its engagement with Taiwan. While difficult to quantify, these visits do enhance deterrence by reminding Beijing that aggression will elicit responses well beyond Washington and Tokyo. After Beijing had successfully suppressed European arms sales to Taiwan for more than 20 years, France approved a weapons deal with Taipei in 2020, followed this year by the UK and Norway, and possibly in the near future, the Czech Republic and Sweden. Still, Washington cannot ignore French President Macron's recent comments about a Taiwan crisis. Quote, "The worst thing would be to think that we Europeans must become followers on this topic and take our cue from the US agenda and a Chinese overreaction," end quote. France also reportedly opposes NATO opening a coordination office in Japan. If a conflict in the Pacific should break out, European countries are unlikely to have the will or capacity to send forces to the front lines. Allow me to conclude with 3 takeaways. 1, US-Europe convergence has its limits. On Taiwan, Europe feels neither the same urgency nor responsibility as the United States. And despite Europe's rhetoric on human rights, commercial interests dominate economic policymaking at the country level. Regardless of rhetorical convergence, Europe's actions will continue to lag in both time and rigor. To protect vital U.S. interests, including the preservation of U.S. military advantages, Washington should not hesitate to employ unilateral and extraterritorial economic tools when necessary. 2, the United States should lead by example in de-risking from China. By moving first on import, export, and inbound investment restrictions, the United States demonstrated political resolve and set regulatory precedents. Europe is following months, if not years later, with lesser breadth of action, but it is moving in the right direction. For outbound investment restrictions, bold U.S. steps could likewise catalyze European allies. And 3, the United States should elevate Taiwan's engagement with Europe. If China concludes one day that it can sustain the military and economic responses from the United States and Japan, it may not be deterred from invading Taiwan. Therefore, European signals previewing firm, substantive responses could complicate Xi Jinping's decision-making. This is more credibly conveyed if European countries increase their interconnectivity with Taiwan, that's diplomatically, economically, and militarily, showing that they also have direct interest in preserving peace. Here, too, Washington must lead by example, creating space in its wake for allies to follow. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Wong, I know you have to leave early, so I'll give you the first question.
Thanks, Aaron. I appreciate it. My question goes to Dr. Ertel, and I hope I'm saying your name correctly. You had mentioned that the public formulation of a range of sanctions in Europe that they could impose on China would be obviously politically problematic and diplomatically problematic, I assume. My question for you, though, is assuming that it is not happening, this wouldn't preclude private or out of the public eye formulation of sanctions, as well as coordination on that range of sanctions with the United States? Or do you see a problem with that as well?
No, I think there is, and also we are very clear about that, there is a range of conversations ongoing as we speak about what kind of needs to be done, what can be done, what is sensible, what will work, what will not work. I do think that the point that I wanted to make with the 41% being in favor of sanctions, even if there is serious harm to Western economies, is a point that is, as soon as European publics understand the direct impact, and this is on European policymakers to convey the direct impact that Chinese actions have on European citizens, then there is also a public majority to be gained in terms of finding support for this. So I think the disconnect here is in kind of constructing that direct impact. And I think in terms of arms deliveries and ammunition deliveries, the direct impact is very palpable. It can be seen. It is understandable for European citizens that this is a problem. And therefore, then you create very different kinds of majorities in Europe. And I think in the more abstract versions of this threat perceptions, this direct connection needs to be established in the way that European policymakers talk to their own publics.
And just another question. In your testimony, you talked about the divergence, and also in your written testimony, the divergence between public opinion and those of policymakers or bureaucrats or diplomats on the severity of the China challenge, and that's an issue. But am I wrong, or would you agree that the way that issue manifests in frustrating policy is in a divergence between elected officials because they are responsive to the public, a divergence between elected officials and bureaucrats and diplomats, where, at least in my experience, my discussions with, people who do this for a living, they're more forward-leaning than their elected officials. And is that because the elected officials are more connected to public opinion?
I would not say that is true from my experience in talking to European parliamentarians and talking to European bureaucrats. You will find on both ends of this, but particularly among European parliamentarians and in European parliaments, parliaments across Europe, we have seen very vocal opposition against current Chinese practices in the Swedish parliament, in the Dutch parliament. We've seen it in the Czech parliament. We have discussions in the German parliament that have actually kind of really changed, for example, the conversation around 5G. So I wouldn't say that difference is particularly striking. I do think that the alignment among bureaucrats across Europe is stronger than one may think. We are having very, very constant conversations across all ministries and all European member states. I travel across Europe all the time. The amount of alignment, particularly in foreign ministries, that is growing in comparison to 5 years ago is very striking. So there is a lag now in terms of how this comes together on the public opinion side and it comes together on the policymaker side. But we haven't had degrees of real strong divergence on issues that really mattered. If you think about, for example, the Xinjiang sanctions, we have every member state on board for that. There wasn't a kind of breaking of the consensus in that regard. So I would see the glass half full when it comes on EU unity and convergence on these matters, and actually transatlantic convergence as well, as the conversations, for example, in the US-EU TTC also show.
Thank you.
Chair Bartholomew.
I'm going to pass on this round and might have some questions at the end.
Okay. Commissioner Bork.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony today. There's a common theme amongst all three of you today that you're not all saying the same thing, but one part that you are talking about is this, what I sense, lack of trust in the motivation behind our concerns as a country when we go to our European partners. And I say that because Dr. Ortel, you talk about the keep China down possibility that people think we have an ulterior motive in addition to the obvious motives. And Ms. Nowens, in one of your recommendations, you're saying we need to build up the existing relationships, which clearly indicates maybe they're not doing so well. And Mr. Kanapathy, I hope I said that correctly. I liked every single thing you said. You're clearly also a military guy, and you're touching on the fact that this is what needs to be done, and a lot of people aren't paying attention because you didn't say it pejoratively, but you did say these people, there are a lot of people that think this is just, they're just being dominated by these economic concerns. So I have one question, and my question is, these countries, Eastern Europe, that we're talking about, that we want to be our partners, do they feel like they're our partners? And I would ask any of you to explain that. And if you think they don't, what can we do to change that? I could have asked a question nobody even agrees with. It's a yes or no question. Okay, what? Nobody wants to answer? Go ahead.
Yeah, Commissioner, thanks for that question. I mean, I actually think in Eastern Europe, we're quite popular these days, and Scandinavia. It's probably Western Europe where things are not quite as aligned.
Because of Ukraine?
I think not necessarily because of Ukraine, maybe accentuated by Ukraine is why we've got, more support in Eastern Europe now. But I think sort of where the Germanys and the France and Italy's kind of sit is more longstanding before this latest round of Ukraine. And I think that, we actually have diversion, they're not always going to converge our interests, frankly. In a lot of ways, we compete with France. We compete with Germany. I mean, we have to be honest about that. And, when we label China as a competitor, right, that's not that different than how I think they often view us, especially when we talk about economic issues. And then there is also the geographic fact that they're not Pacific nations. And so the military sort of threat weighs, I think, quite a bit less, with our presence in the Western Pacific and our history there. And those are things we have to acknowledge. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the fact that, even a blockade on Taiwan would have just massive effects on their economies, I think is helpful. But that is something that is just dawning on even the Western Europeans maybe in the last year and not before that.
Thanks.
Maybe just to add to that, I agree what Ivan said already. I think in Eastern Europe, though, there's also a little bit of a quid pro quo. U.S. coming to the aid over Ukraine and supporting European security in exchange for Europe, and especially Eastern Europe, also caring more about the Indo-Pacific is certainly at play. I think when it comes to some of the other countries that I was referring to in my testimony, there is that sense that I think through the IRA, which did take countries by surprise, then also the extent of the export controls on October the 7th, whilst there had been discussions, for example, the extent to which the U.S. went in the initial outline of the export controls took certainly businesses by surprise as well. And I think this really comes down to an ultimately fundamental different view of the international order and the potential relationship with China. I think there's a sense that the United States has made up its mind about China and that there is only one path forwards. Whilst in Europe, there's still more of a diversified perspective on how to gauge with Beijing and what the opportunities for leverage there are, including a greater sense of dialogue as potentially leading to understanding. So in that respect, this I think really builds on that lack of trust, as you said, which is why I also said that whilst there is engagement with Europe, more, honest, candid, and certainly longer lead times in debates around some of these questions is required.
And if I may add on this point, I think it's just really important to stress that the rhetoric alignment also for Macron from Olaf Scholz is very clear and is very transatlantically focused. But we have public opinion data as well, again here, where the question of how Europeans view what the US is to Europe, only 32% on average said an ally that shares our interests and values, and 43% a necessary partner with which we must strategically cooperate, which I think is quite astonishing figures. And that should give us some pause in how kind of public opinion in 11 EU member states has shifted over the years, and how this is kind of what the effect of that will be on the future ability to transatlantically cooperate. I do think that there is large potential, but I do think that there is a big job to be done by European policymakers to make that clear to the European public as well, where and when and how this is beneficial.
Good answer. Thank you.
Commissioner Glass. Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Cleveland.
Thank you. Since we're focusing on strategic priorities, I'm interested in your reaction. Somebody said this morning that Russia's threat to use nuclear force would be unlikely to change China's support for Russia, and indeed may very well inform their thinking on a Taiwan contingency and tactical nuclear weapons. I'm wondering what your view is on that assertion this morning that Russia's threat is unlikely to change China's support. And then I'm interested in your view on what role NATO may or may not play, may or may not be interested in playing in attempting to persuade China to engage in any kind of nuclear arms control negotiations. And the third question, if anybody's interested, is why in the world would Macron oppose NATO office in Japan? That may be the easiest, but. No one wants to talk about Russia.
I can happily take particularly your last question, which I think is not so super difficult to answer because there is a strong position on the French side to keep NATO out of kind of these kinds of questions and to not enlarge on the regional focus of NATO on the Indo-Pacific. And that said, the French role in terms of the Indo-Pacific, I think that has pointed out really clearly that this is one of the most important strategic players there. So there's just a kind of choice of fora that is preferred by the French government rather than choosing the NATO as a forum for these kinds of engagement. It is more the kind of the bilateral engagements there in the region that are being preferred in terms of how this is being kind of dealt with on the French side. And I think that's something that needs to be taken into consideration. What kind of role is NATO supposed to play in the world? Is it supposed to be a regional organization or not? Does it actually entail further antagonization if it goes kind of further beyond its area or not? These are discussions that are very live in the European conversation, particularly in Paris, of course. The other question of whether kind of Russia, whether a Chinese support is going to go down if Russia were to threaten nuclear weapons. I think the Chinese position on this has been a bit ambiguous. This has been the one area in which the Europeans have really banked on Chinese commitment to saying, nuclear war cannot be won and cannot be fought and cannot be won, where Olaf Scholz has come home quite confidently with that statement from the Chinese side, perceiving that this is a real support for a real European cause here. I would also be cautious in that Chinese commitment, as I would say this may not be as red a line as the Europeans wish it to be.
Is there any engagement by NATO to encourage Chinese involvement in arms control negotiations?
There's no encouragement by NATO that I'm aware of, and certainly not during my time in government. I think that just in general on China and arms control negotiations, my view is that China has zero interest whatsoever in arms control negotiations, and we can't change that very easily. I think they think a lot about the Soviet Union and the history, and that they regard arms control negotiations as absolutely a critical part of why what happened to the Soviet Union did happen to it. So they regard these types of engagements with the United States, frankly, and the West as quite dangerous to their own sort of future and their own hold of power. Over.
Just to add to that,
I certainly understand China's interest. It's the flip side of it, which is you would think that would necessarily incentivize NATO to be more engaged, given their interest. And Dr. Ertl, I think I heard the same arguments for NATO expansion, opposition to NATO expansion in the very, very early days when we were trying to keep former Soviet republics, Baltics, and everybody else out. So,
to be very clear, I'm
sustaining a very dated position. So,
to be clear, that I'm not stating my own position here, right, but just kind of laying out the French position here. Just right. I would like to distance myself from that as that being my own position.
Great.
Ms. Nowitz?
I think what I'm trying to get at is this, how aligned are U.S. and European interests in one area, obviously, is security interests and whether or not there is an alignment on larger strategic issues. But I think my time's up, so thank you.
Ms. Downs, you had an answer also.
Yes, I did. Just in terms of NATO, I think NATO is open to discussion with China on a range of different questions, and certainly, of course, arms control is an important topic. I do agree with Ivan that China is not necessarily interested in arms control at the moment. However, I would disagree to say that China is entirely disinterested in arms control. I think the conditions for arms control from China's perspective are certainly just not aligned with those of the United States and other countries. China requires, I think, first, it sees the United States and Russia as having the upper hand, and it, I think, would look towards the United States and Russia for first reducing their own stockpiles and their own capabilities before China enters into its own limitations. I think it's very clear that from its own threat perceptions, it feels that it needs to build its deterrence and continues this to do so. With regards to the NATO office, I think here, again, we get back to a point around strategic communications and how incredibly important that is. China uses the narrative of an Asian NATO constantly around any European or American engagement in the Indo-Pacific. The news, therefore, leaked that there are rumors of a NATO office in Japan is deeply unhelpful and really plays into that. And then, of course, France's own concerns in that respect, I think to a certain extent aid China's narrative too. And here, I think conversations more generally about why this would be an interesting opportunity are incredibly important. The fact that NATO has 4 very strong partners in the Indo-Pacific, the fact that they are engaging in deeper and more critical relationships now, and that a liaison office to implement some of those forthcoming plans would be helpful is, I think, a part of strategic communications that we haven't seen enough of.
Thank you. Commissioner Glass.
I just want to thank you all for your testimony and coming before the commission today. Mr. Kanapathy, I hope I'm pronouncing your name. Just a question for you, and actually open to any of the witnesses, but I'd start with you. I think, we have done a lot of examination about Europe this year and how the European Union is viewing China as both a partner, a competitor, a systematic rival. And even heightened awareness, even though public perception changes by locality and country, and it's complicated with certain economic relationships like the one that Germany has with China, that there's generally a move towards de-risking and understanding the sort of consequences associated with Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the coordination or alliance between China and Russia, maybe heightening that awareness. Yet, there's sort of a varied policy approach in the EU, even in EU member states. There's some positive developments like outbound investments, but then there's, some toothless laws that aren't quite there yet on supply chains. And then maybe the lack of debate or discussion or heightened awareness in some pockets of Europe about the threat about Taiwan. And so I was wondering, in all this conversation about de-risking, and as we're thinking about our recommendations to Congress this year, I see in your recommendations, you're saying continue leading by example, and hopefully we'll continue coordinating with our European Union allies and bring them along. What other things can we be doing to help better coordinate around de-risking jointly? And then this is open for anyone, but given the fact that we're so dependent on certain strategic supply chains, and given the fact that there's a lot of congressional interest on both sides of the aisle, better and deeper coordination with the EU, what could we be urging lawmakers to do right now?
Thanks, Commissioner Glass. There are some goods that I didn't mention in my spoken testimony, but for example, we've seen the EU adopt a carbon border adjustment mechanism, which, depending on the implementation, and we're yet to kind of see it, could really sort of help diversification of supply chains away from China. Certain materials for now, but potentially more. It's raw materials, steel, iron, aluminum. In some ways, we the United States in 2018 put 25% taxes, as most of you know, on steel and aluminum, and that began, some of this diversification, which leads to, frankly, de-risking on the supply chain side. The other side of de-risking, obviously, is to reduce the reliance on China market. Frankly, China's helping with that by their own policies in some ways, but it would be useful if we could do things, in coordination with the Europeans to open up other markets, presumably developing world markets by, whether that's through infrastructure investments and a lot of the other things that we talk about, but maybe aren't resourced quite as much as they could be.
Thank you. Any further comments? All right.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my appreciation to all the witnesses. Dr. Earl, I wanted to return to the discussion that you were having with Vice Chairman Wong about the public polling that you've done across Europe, which I thought was really fascinating. And in your testimony, you noted some of the differences in the polling results when the question was related to the sanctions for activity related to Ukraine and a potential Taiwan contingency, which I suppose makes sense, the differences given just the perspective of immediacy for the European audience and the poll respondents. But I was curious about the high number of undecideds between the two questions, which you also noted in your written testimony, much higher with regard to the Ukraine question than with Taiwan. So wanted to get your insight as to whether the data offered any insight of its own into that difference. And then secondly, in this polling, have you polled any questions related to these new efforts to de-risk and diversify, not only in Europe, but also the United States efforts, namely the Inflation Reduction Act, and what sort of information have you gleaned on that?
So let me get to the first question first, which I think is very interesting, because the undecided is the issue that also I found the most interesting to look into. The real gap, the big gap that we're seeing in undecideds on the kind of sanctions question when it comes to arms exports to Russia from China, is that there is a lot of people that really don't know and are grappling with the really severe consequences. So the number that I didn't quote so far, but is in the written testimony, is the German numbers, which has 37% kind of in favor of sanctions and 38% against sanctions because of kind of securing our own economy is more important. And I think that shows you how really relevant this question is, of saying, hang on, what is more important here? Kind of destroying our own economy if it has a huge impact and making us unable to act, or actually imposing sanctions and sending a strong signal. And so that is I think it is just the undecided number is a question of, is a signal of, this is a complicated and complex question to resolve, but also there is not sufficient communication yet on what the actual impact would be, how the impact could be cushioned, how the impact could be reduced, and why this would be necessary, out of kind of which reasons this would be necessary. On the Taiwan question is actually more interesting, because what is undecided in the other question, I would say, is the neutrality bit in that. So that's 62%. 62% are like, we would rather like to stay out of this. So probably in terms of polling, we never should have given them the option. We never should have said, neutrality is an option here, because it actually isn't. And then you would have had a more interesting question. And then you probably would have had 62%, I don't know, because it is a challenge that is very far away for most of the people here. And I think this is something that Ivan Kenapathy has laid out. This is something that very recently is a debate. But if I can say, worked on this for 15 years, and this debate has changed so massively over the last 2 years that you would not believe the kind of discussions we're now having. So while this is going at EU speed and not at warp speed, it is moving, and it is moving in one direction. We're seeing kind of public media reporting going like a curve like this. If you follow it every day, you go mad.
But if you look at it from stepping back and kind of zooming out a little bit, it's a very linear trajectory of very much a hardening approach that we're seeing. And I don't want us to lose focus of that, where the EU is actually moving on all of these questions at the moment very decisively. And did I forget your second?
Yeah, the economic questions. Any polling data on those questions in the new?
Yeah, so we don't have the de-risking data yet. We have polling data on kind of what kind of investments by Chinese actors would you like to see in your country? What things should they be allowed to buy, and what things should they not be allowed to buy? That has moved really clearly in one direction. That is, football club may still be all right, but electricity infrastructure not. And that is going into a very interesting zone now, and it's also hardening over the years in comparison to our 2019 data. But I'm happy to provide you all of the kind of concrete data if you like.
That'd be great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Hellberg.
Thank you. In the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, a number of prominent German policymakers came out publicly acknowledging that Germany made a mistake by becoming excessively reliant on Russia for energy supplies. To what extent has this experience translated to a German rethink of over-reliance on China at all? And this question is addressed for the panel in writ large, but we can start with Ivan and work our way through.
Thanks, Commissioner Hellberg. I think that in the moment, it had a huge impact, I think, in Germany, and I know they've been discussing it at length. One of the problems, though, that we have in Germany is that it became an issue of, well, because of what's happening with Russia and what it's done to our economy, we cannot move on China at this time. And I don't know how long that time means, just to kind of not go into even further of a recession, right? And so while I think sort of mentally there's an understanding that this has to happen, I think there's a view, I guess I would guess in Germany, and I would defer to the others who are following more closely, but that there's a willingness to really push it off. Over.
Sure. I mean, maybe I'll just add to that I think there is certainly that debate around, how much economic pain can we really inflict on ourselves at the moment. But I wouldn't say that necessarily means that the debate around de-risking from China in Germany isn't happening. I think that we have seen shifts in government, that we have seen conversations as well in government around the necessity of diversifying supply chains. The fact that business as well, to varying extents, also sees risk in investing in China too. That all, I think, has made for a more complex environment than we necessarily have seen in the past. So I wouldn't put it as clear-cut or as black and white as China, Germany is not interested in de-risking from China and lessening its economic reliance on the Chinese market as that.
If I may add, sitting in Berlin, I can promise you the debate on de-risking is very live and in action here. Actually, the term de-risking has been coined in the very early stages by the German chancellor, who used it with regard to the relationship from China to China. I think there's two strands here that we can observe. And this is the kind of the interesting dynamic that we're seeing. The one strand is the imminence of the problem is very high, and therefore, because the imminence of a kind of massive downturn in the relationship, be it a Taiwan contingency or whatever you may want to have as like the downturn in the relationship, the breaking of the relationship is very high. Therefore, we need to de-risk as quickly as possible, which means lowering all the investments in the country, etc. And then there's the other strand of the debate within the government and within the public as well that says, well, the risk is there. It's not imminent, it's likely. And because we see a phase of the next kind of 5 years in which that kind of, it's not going to go to the breaking point. And therefore, there are certain things that we're going to continue to do with China to basically generate enough profits so that we can pay for the transformation process and not shoot ourselves in the foot too much and actually put ourselves in a stronger position. Both of these positions are positions that you can hold. And this leads to sort of an intellectual conversation at the moment about the imminence and different policy prescriptions that follow from that. And I think this is where a lot of the conversation, even within the government coalition currently is, of those that say crisis is so imminent that we need to move now and quickly, and the others saying crisis is not so imminent, so we better do this from a position of strength.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mann.
Thank you. I have 2 or 3 questions if I get in the time for them. Ms. Lowens, you created, you presented a distinction that in my ignorance I hadn't heard before, but that's because I spend more time on Asia than Europe. Moving from strategic autonomy to strategic sovereignty. What's the difference? And I mean, I link strategic autonomy with France, from de Gaulle to Macron. Where does just strategic sovereignty come from, and how is it supposed to differ?
Sure. I think the difference in the shift in language is really one on severity, I suppose. Autonomy was, I think, very closely linked, as I mentioned, to autonomy from the United States, often in conversations, not necessarily autonomy from China. And I think in the current climate, certainly in regards to, as we've all mentioned now, the real shifts in how China is perceived in Europe, that de-risking and sovereignty in that respect really comes down to resilience in Europe, and indeed, to a certain extent, some sort of a closer reliance on the United States as well to work as a cooperative partner in that respect. So I think it is more in terms of a framing from one where the United States is seen as a competitor to one where the United States is seen as a cooperative partner, required as well for securing European economic and diplomatic sovereignty.
So the implicit meaning on sovereignty is how much are we going to deter China from buying European assets, ports, whatever?
In part, I think that's part of it, but it's also around some of those defensive mechanisms that I mentioned as well, and use of trade tools. Right. So a greater exploration of that. Thanks.
Dr. Ortle, you said from the start that in a Taiwan contingency that EU neutrality was no longer possible. And I didn't know whether you meant, I wanted you to explain that. I wanted to know how that would play out, or whether it was a non-starter from the beginning, and why.
Yeah, I think this is just motivated also to just point it out again, because this was raised in the kind of Macron conversations in the interview he gave on the way back from China, and this kind of, that there would seemingly be this options that Europeans could just stay neutral and stay out of it. And I think everyone who realistically looks at the situation would understand that A, economically that would not be an option because we would immediately be affected. B, strategically this would not be an option. All of our partners in the region would look at us and would say, well, that's a very interesting position that you're taking. We followed you along on all of the Russia sanctions, Korea, Japan, Singapore, Taiwan even, if you say so. And then it would not be possible with regard to our relationship with the United States. And so I think it is misguided if European policymakers continue to portray the situation as one where neutrality would be an option and a choice. It would be a situation where Europeans would immediately have to relate to the issue, and would immediately have to respond to the issue, be it because they have to actually think about kind of taking on a greater defense and security role in their own region because the US will be busy in the Indo-Pacific, or be it because of the enormous economic impact that will be had through supply chains, but also through kind of the breakdown of the global economy in a scenario like that. So just kind of keeping that illusion of neutrality alive is probably not very helpful in getting Europe to the position of kind of readiness for a scenario like that.
Thanks. And my time is short, but I did want to ask, spending my life as a reporter, I'm good at creating conflict. But Mr. Kanapathy, you, in your nice, I found it very insightful for you to say Europe is at where the United States was at in 2016 or 17. But part of that was Europe is not ready to act. And Dr. Ortle, you said that Europe is acting. So do you want to explain, well, maybe Dr. Ortle wants to explain what the acting is and why you don't believe they are acting.
I think, just this last few minutes, I mean, Germany, I don't know what the numbers are, but invested a bunch of money in China, including in Xinjiang just last year, like a lot. And again, I don't have the figures, but we can dig them up. Germany, I think more than half of its 5G kit is Huawei today. I mean, it just is. These are, we were going down that same road in 6 or 8 years ago in the United States. And we were having the discussions, and I absolutely am aware, not to the degree Dr. Ordo and others are, that these discussions are happening in Germany, but that to me is very different than, taking the hard actions and making the hard decisions.
Dr. Ordo, your thoughts on that?
I would also like to reference that trade between the US and China has gone up last year, just to make that point very clearly as well, because I think otherwise this would not be a proper representation of everything that we're seeing. There are a couple of German companies, large players, that have enhanced their investments in China, that have gone up in their investments in China, that are doubling down and that are more banking on a fragmentation of the system and sort of individual kind of two systems approach in which they operate within China for China and within other parts of the world for the rest of the world. The large portion, though, of small and medium-sized enterprises, that is the backbone of the German economy, is having very serious conversation and is stopping investment, halting investment, or actually pulling out of China. And I think this is the bigger part of the story that we need to tell, because if you just look at volumes in terms of kind of actual dollars spent, then the big companies are kind of the more relevant players. But if you look at the broader dynamics that are at play, if you look at what is actually happening on the ground in terms of the frustration level that is there among small and medium-sized enterprises, then that is what I see is driving also the debates in Europe and in Germany in particular. And if you think about the 5G case now, it's a very interesting one because, yes, indeed, 65% of the German network, of the 5G network, continue to be Huawei kit. This is a real problem because this is a real shaming and naming exercise as well in Europe now. I think we've seen it today with Thierry Breton's comments that this needs to stop and that this needs to end. This is a case where the European regulatory system, the German regulatory system is there, where there is the kind of legal basis for a ban, and this is acting on the actual implementation of the legal mechanisms that have already been created. So this is more a case of kind of corporate inertia and lobby pressure than it is on the regulatory side. But these things are moving, and I wouldn't be surprised if we would not be talking about the same thing we will not be talking about this in 2 years' time. But it's moving slowly, and that's true. But the dependency of the German economy on China continues to be high in certain pockets. And the fact that Germany is a kind of important economic powerhouse in Europe is very key, because that also has made Europe kind of more able to withstand certain economic crises. And so there is a kind of weighing and a balancing going on, a certain degree of responsibility also for the overall economic stability of Europe.
Thanks very much. Oh, excuse me, Ms. Nowens, you have...
Can I just add 2 quick points on the 2 different questions? Just the first on Taiwan and this option of neutrality. Doing nothing also is not neutral. So in that respect, the question of neutrality is a bit flawed. I would secondly say that the lack of discussion around, one, the Indo-Pacific and the actual presence that Europe already has in the Indo-Pacific, as well as the issue of Taiwan and how a conflict in Taiwan or over Taiwan would immediately affect European interests at home, is exactly why we are seeing discussions at the moment or comments that Europe has no place in any sort of response over Taiwan. And this is where I think, policymakers, politicians are doing themselves a little bit of a disservice in saying that, Europe should stay in Europe. It should not go to the Indo-Pacific. The Indo-Pacific is vast. A conflict on Taiwan, as already has been mentioned, will have global ramifications. There is absolutely no studies really being done at the moment as to what other actors might do in the event of a Taiwan conflict to take advantage of American or other distractions in third regions. And so in that respect, European assets in the Indo-Pacific, closer to, say, the Gulf or within the wider Indian Ocean region, could absolutely play an important role. The fact fact that Europe could also support the United States and partners in intelligence sharing through narrative, combating disinformation, and also public signaling. All of these options are ones where I don't think there would necessarily be a huge amount of resistance, but again, they are not being put forward publicly in discussion to see what the reaction actually would be to those. Thanks.
Thanks very much.
Commissioner Price.
Thank you. And again, let me add my voice to all of those who've thanked you for your testimony today. This has been really, really helpful. Dr. Ortel, I wanted to come back to the issue of public opinion because I can't ask the questions too many times, even though several of my colleagues already have. Are there entities, civil society, NGOs, others, who are working on educating the public, or is this being left to the legislators in each region?
So this is a very interesting question at the moment. Who is actually leading that changing discourse in China, on China, in Europe at the moment? This is largely done by think tanks. This is largely done by the research community. There are various NGOs and civil society organizations, mostly in the human rights space, that are leading a lot of this as well. There is a strong demand on kind of enhancing education in general on China, huge initiatives, particularly in Germany. It is actually part of the German coalition treaty, which is very rare, that it says enhancing China competency in Germany is part of the actual kind of program that the government coalition has put together when it started out working with each other. So there's clearly an attempt towards that. But it's really not where it needs to be. There is a huge capacity gap at the moment, and Germany is actually in a good place in comparison to many other European states, where there's a lot more capacity, where there's a lot more expertise on the ground. The picture is much grimmer when it comes to smaller member states. So this is a huge area where funding is lacking, where kind of a decisive push is lacking, but where also just human capital is lacking at the moment. There's just not enough people that can actually do this at the moment.
Any other suggestions on how to enhance that capacity besides just funding and is there a way for different groups to be working together?
Yeah, I think there's a huge degree of help can be given when this is brought beyond the bilateral realm in terms of exchanges that can be done on this issue. What we have noticed over the years is that mere bilateral transatlantic exchanges are not always the most helpful avenue for that, but actually enhancing that through bringing in kind of Japanese scholars or bringing in kind of Taiwanese scholars or bringing in other G7 members can be very helpful in kind of exchanging views and ideas and exchanging experiences. Drawing from kind of disinformation experiences that Taiwanese have experienced from China to disinformation experiences that Polish have experienced from Russia, kind of making those counter comparisons and bringing that closer to life, actually educating not only the China people, but educating all of those that are dealing with security questions at the moment. So kind of bringing Ukraine experts and kind of security and military experts to Taiwan at the moment to have these conversations is, I think, one of the first steps and that we can take, but also facilitating actually conversations with Chinese civil society, again, would be a really important step to take because those channels have broken down almost entirely at the moment. It is very difficult to revive them post-COVID.
Thank you. My second question was going to be about your recommendations. Ms. Nowens and Mr. Knapathy, I'm sorry if I butchered that. But I think you answered a question to Commissioner Glass about some of your recommendations already. But I have 1 minute and 18 seconds left. So if there's anything you want to add that you didn't have a chance to on your recommendations, I think this is the moment.
Could I please maybe just come back to the question you just asked and maybe elucidate a little bit about the situation in the UK? In the UK, it's very much think tank driven. We've seen a proliferation of China-focused think tanks and research programs, including in universities. And of course, human rights organizations have, of course, been incredibly active on issues around Xinjiang, for example. But parliamentarians have also played an incredibly outsized role, I would say, in bringing greater awareness this. The various debates amongst different factions within the British Parliament have really given light to the various challenges that China has presented, and at times I think been a greater push point for the government to maybe take stronger action or a stronger position. And then I would say also the government itself, in the integrated review refresh that the government launched this year, it made a commitment to strengthen in-house China capacity, which of course could always be more of. And then it said, reach out and consult more with the private sector. And I think here, in terms of different forms of engagement, I think engagement with the private sector, particularly amongst government, the think tank community, and then the private sector businesses themselves, could be improved and would certainly, I think, come to more creative solutions on how to tackle some challenges vis-a-vis China. And then finally, what we've seen also increasingly more of is sub-state kind of engagement. So there are think tanks in the UK, for example, who are having discussions around the UK in the different countries, and then, of course, in different cities as well, as we see that sub-state outreach by China, for example, is one that has, I think, been overlooked often. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything to add? Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Schreiber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses. Colonel Kanapathy, wanted to ask you a few questions about Taiwan, which I know you do a lot of work on. You mentioned after decades-long gap, some of our European friends began to provide military equipment and dual-use technology to Taiwan's military. Are you aware of any particular sanction beyond diplomatic démarche that these countries faced as a result?
No, I'm not aware of any. And we're talking, both ship and aircraft sort of parts and servicing for France. I think some submarine parts from the United Kingdom. And I believe Norway's approved licenses now for NASAMS, which is obviously a U.S. and Norwegian platform. No actual, nothing I'm aware of on the economic front, like you said, and as we know, there theoretically have been some retaliation on U.S. companies, including placement on the unreliable entities list that China has now of, I believe it's Raytheon Defense and Lockheed Martin. But even those have not been through any type of actual enforcement.
Thank you. Certainly we would prefer U.S. solutions for the benefit of our industry, but given the backlog and given the urgency, should the United States be more proactive in encouraging third-party transfer to Taiwan, including from our European partners?
Yeah, absolutely. If I understand, there's been some discussion with the Czechs and others, and there are obviously a lot of co-production that goes on between the U.S. and certain European countries and companies. So there are options there, but given the state, as we all are aware painfully now, of the U.S. defense industrial base and capacity that we have, it seems obvious that this would be something we can all go in on together.
If the Congress comes through again with FMF for Taiwan, and this time in the form of grants rather than loans, should we make an exception and have that money available for third country providers in addition to U.S. industry?
I think that, one, we should absolutely appropriate to that authorization. And then I think that if there are cases based on the capabilities that we assessed would be most impactful, that we could get in the quickest manner. And I think that's the important thing now. It's getting things on island quickly. And if that involves third countries, partners, then absolutely, I would support that.
Thank you. Yield back the time.
Commissioner Wetzel.
I'll add my thanks to our witnesses. And I was told to call you Ivan K. by a good friend of yours, so I'll start there. This feels like over the last years that there's been a great deal of reluctance by the Europeans to participate and assist us in addressing the China challenge, Huawei, all the things, export controls. And now, for many, a feeling of entitlement by the Europeans. Just prior to the pandemic, European exports of autos were over 400% higher than their imports of U.S. vehicles. And we've seen many other areas where Europe, the EU, has pushed back on certain policies of the U.S., IRA probably being the most recent. And then they jumped in and did their own policies. So going to the question of both polling, but also attitudes of America towards Europe's stance, it seems that this is increasingly problematic. There was somewhat of a move towards or against multilateralism during the last administration. There has been deep engagement, but that doesn't really seem to be reciprocated, especially when one talks about U.S. interests in the Indo-Pacific and the hope for support from our allies and friends. Ivan, do you want to take a shot at that first and give me your thoughts?
I would broadly agree with that assessment, Commissioner. And we've heard, and I don't take exception that Europeans, often feel like we're executing on our China policies without appropriate consultation with them. And that is probably true to some extent, right? But I think some of the things that you've raised are what sort of resonate more in Washington, is that, there is this whole Ukraine thing happening, which, the United States has invested more assistance in, across the board, military, otherwise, humanitarian, otherwise, than all of Europe combined. And that's a distinctly European crisis, I think. I mean, it's a world crisis, but that's where it's taking place. And so I think in Washington, sort of those complaints from the Europeans maybe don't resonate quite as well. I believe personally that we do need to win, the Ukraine war. We need to win it decisively. But I also believe that after that, the United States needs to look very hard at, how much it's willing to invest from an opportunity cost perspective in European security, right, as opposed to Indo-Pacific as an opportunity cost. And, some of to be clear, this administration's done a great job with, managing some of the prior sort of disputes. For example, Boeing, Airbus. I think they're working on getting to an agreement on steel tariffs, hopefully later this year, and resolving some of those issues, as well as issues with some of our bigger internet companies that are, I think still ongoing. But if we're able to get to some agreement on those issues and really focus, I would say, Europe's attention more on the common problem set, that would be helpful. I don't have a good way on how to do that, but that would be what we'd like to see.
I just don't think the Europeans understand enough about the American people. And Ms. Ortel, I'll ask you, if you've done an assessment of any U.S. polling, again, as Ivan indicated, or as I indicated, I won't speak for him, a lot of U.S. workers lost their jobs when energy prices spiked after the initial invasion. I've talked to a lot of those workers. We've seen political questions increase about support, for the Ukrainians. I think our commitment is strong, but that doesn't mean that there aren't people who question it. The lack of confidence in a shared view about human rights, democracy, et cetera, with the EU as it relates to Taiwan is troubling. And I think you said that 62%, it's a strong margin, but that gives me great pause about the strength of the alliance as it relates to shared issues. Any thoughts?
Yes, I also have some data there if you want to.
Please.
So we have also polled European views on US defense support. The question of Europe cannot always, so one of the answers was Europe cannot always rely on the US and needs its own defense capabilities. 74% of Europeans that we polled across 9 countries in this case were in favor of that, in comparison to 66% in 2020. Only 8% of Europeans that we asked across those 9 countries were saying that the US will protect Europe, so Europe does not need to worry about its own defense capabilities. So what I would conclude from that is that there is at least some public support for greater defense spending and greater self-reliance in Europe and not relying on the United States. So, that I think is a good basis for where a vast portion of European public opinion lands on these questions. There is a strong focus, of course, still on the continued alliance, but I think this is something where we can see that there is this willingness among the public, at least, to kind of enhance their own capabilities. And,
thank you. I mean,
I
to
would
me,
not necessarily say, yeah, okay.
no, I mean, to me, this argues for leadership, I was schooled at one point that I believe the Marshall Plan was at 13% in the polls when it was first announced. It was the right thing to do, but our leaders have to, sort of weigh in and lean in a lot more in both the U.S. and the EU about our shared interests, and that's not only with regard to the conflict in Ukraine, but Taiwan, any potential Taiwan scenario. Please, go ahead.
I think you're right about the fact that there is a certain kind of complacency sometimes in Europe around these questions, particularly around the export controls, for example. When I spoke to businesses in Europe, the immediate reaction was one of outrage and anger over, and the IRA for that matter as well, that European businesses would suffer. But I would also say that it's on the United States' part to communicate effectively as well that businesses in America are suffering as well, that they will take a hit first, if not in a greater extent as well, vis-a-vis European businesses. That message is lost. And it is not communicated in Europe. That is something that European officials can work on. That's something that American officials can work on. When it comes to, I think then public opinion on European defense capabilities, I mean, I think the fact, as has already been stated by my colleague here, that the United States has spent more on European defense vis-a-vis Ukraine than all of Europe combined is a huge embarrassment for Europe. And we see those debates live and well in European capitals around the need for Europe to be able to modernize itself and to have adequate stockpiles in various different areas and to be more serious about revamping its own capabilities in that respect. So I wouldn't say that in Europe there is a perspective that the United States' support has been by default expected and that it requires no adjustment on Europe itself as well. I think that discussion has been seriously understood.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. You've all described a situation in which observers in Europe are increasingly coming to the conclusion that it would not be possible to, at a minimum, avoid being terribly harmed by a conflict over Taiwan. Whether the right term is remaining neutral, there's no possibility of avoiding terrible costs. So it would seem to follow then that it's important to deter such a conflict. And then the question becomes, so what can Europe do to help deter such a conflict? One part of the answer, it would seem to me, would be to credibly threaten to impose maximum economic costs on China, presumably through the imposition of sanctions to start with. And yet, from what I understand, there's great reluctance in individual European countries and then at the EU level to be seen to be discussing the possibility of taking such steps. Is that an accurate assessment, first? And secondly, is there a willingness to talk about these things in individual governments or at the EU level, perhaps not doing so openly? How has thinking evolved on that? Ivan, maybe go to you.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Freeberg. I actually, if I could even just maybe question the premise of what you just said, in that I think we need to investigate or explore a little bit more. You know, on the one hand, we're saying if this goes down with Taiwan, it will, you know, crater the world economy. And so I wonder whether a threat of sanctions even matters, right, from a deterrence standpoint. You know, depending if Beijing has the same assessment, I'm doing this, I am accepting all the consequences that come with it, you know, with, in this case, semiconductors and other things, then does the threat of whatever it is that we think we're cooking up now, does it, I'm not sure. And so we need to consider whether that type of deterrence works. And I guess I would steer the conversation more toward hard deterrence, frankly, in some way, shape, or form, that could be more effective. Also, and I mentioned it, I think, in my written statement, you know, things like having a TSMC, which I think is being discussed, fab in Germany, I think actually enhances deterrence. Just having more connectivity between Taiwan and other countries. In other words, having other countries have skin in the game, we'll have to figure into the political costs that Beijing has to make, you know, assuming they're willing to incur the economic ones.
I think we finally found something where Ivan and I agree. Oh, sorry, I was not.
No, Yanka, go ahead. You've just started, so.
I was just going to say, I agree on the terms of the question of kind of, if the Chinese government takes a certain decision, then the question of, are they better at struggling than we are in a case of really economic downturn? The assessment currently in Beijing seems to be that they are better at struggling than Western economies are. But I would also say the kind of what we're seeing right now, this really, really, really significant increase in contact points between Taiwan and Europe, this is real. And it does put skin in the game, and it does change the conversation. The amount of times that media outlets are now asking for interviews on Taiwan, on explaining the situation, explaining the historical context, all of that is changing so massively, and it's bringing that conversation home. When the German foreign minister traveled to China, she did not make although she's from the Green Party and they're often called as the moralists and the ideological component here and just the human rights focus, she made a die-hard economic argument for European attention to what's going on in the Taiwan Strait. So I think this is really, there's a real narrative shift that we can observe. And that has a deterrent effect. This is really discussed in Beijing as well.
Okay. We don't have time to pursue it, but I guess my question about that would be the same, or the possible objection would be the same as the one Ivan raised to the threat of sanctions. Okay, China looks at that, but to what extent does that influence their calculation?
I mean, I think if we look at their response to Ukraine, the fact that private sectors were pulling out of Russia as well on their own initiative, that did strike Beijing. I think that is one area where Beijing has always thought, well, that's where they have the upper hand. So I wouldn't just dismiss it that outright. The fact that China is also quite, I think, concerned around the export controls, for example, in itself as well, also shows that China does care about economic impact, at least for now. I think the more interesting conversation that could be had with Europe, beyond just say, should Europe employ sanctions or not, is under what circumstances. Right now, I think a lot of the discussions that are being had in public, for example, surround the scenario of a full-scale attack of Taiwan or maybe a blockade. But what happens when it's a gray zone attack where things are not clear? What happens when there is potentially, a perception that Taiwan was the actor that was destabilizing? How does Europe respond in that respect? Those types of scenarios are underexplored at the moment, and there, I think, European reactions become far less clear than they already are at the moment.
Okay. Well, thank you all very much. Does anyone have any final questions? If not, in closing, I want to again thank all of our witnesses for their excellent testimonies. I also want to take a minute just to thank our outstanding staff for their usual flawless work. As a reminder, the testimonies and recordings of the hearings will be available on the Commission's website, along with a transcript of the event. Also like to note that the Commission's 7th and final hearing for this research year will take place on Monday, August 21st. The hearing will examine China's domestic financial challenges as well as current issues in U.S.-China trade and supply chains. And with that, we are adjourned.